All right. You guys already know this news, but Jussie Smollett, whatever. Just sentenced to 150 days in jail for lying to police by claiming racist homophobic attack. The former Empire star, 39, found guilty in December on 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct. Embattled actor Jussie Smollett was sentenced to 150 days in jail and 30 months probation Thursday for falsely reporting to police that he was the victim of a racist homophobic attack in 2019. You're just a charlatan pretending to be a victim of hate crime, Cook County Circuit Judge James Lynn told Smollett while announcing the sentence in Chicago. Smollett responded by repeating, "I am not suicidal," that he was innocent of, and that if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it myself, referring to jail. Okay. I guess we'll watch the video later on. We'll watch the video. But okay. Smollett, 39, the former star of Empire, found guilty by a Chicago jury in December of 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct. He was found not guilty of the 6th charge, aggravated battery. The charges stemmed from a January 2019 report in which Smollett, who was black and gay, alleged that he had been brutally assaulted in Chicago's Streetville neighborhood. He said 2 men punched and kicked him, used racist and homophobic slurs, threw a chemical in his face, and wrapped the noose around his neck. The police investigation led to the arrest of Alabingo Sundaro and his brother Abimbolo. I read these things, but I didn't pronounce them, so it worked on the set of Empire. They were eventually released, and Smollett was arrested February 21st, 2019, after authorities accused him of recruiting the brothers to stage the attack. Police said at the time that Smollett orchestrated the phony incident to advance his career, a claim he denies. Lynn excoriated Smollett at Thursday's sentencing, saying he fabricated the tale for the attention. Lynn said the false claim hurt genuine victims of hate crimes and that Smollett tried to exploit the real past and current injustices in the U.S. You took some scabs off some healing wounds. Healing? Okay. And you ripped them apart for one reason. You wanted to make yourself more famous, Lynn said. And for a while, it worked. Everybody was talking about you. Smollett's attorneys, it's true. Everyone was talking about this guy. How's this whole thing played out? People were talking about him. Interesting moment in history. Smollett's attorney said they would appeal, then refuse requests to stay the sentence or put it on hold while an appeal is pursued. "I'm not staying this. This happens right here, right now," Lynn said. Smollett raised his fist as he was being led out of the court by law enforcement, saying, "I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago." Siblings of Smollett said they were disappointed with the sentence, and some took exception to the judge's comments. "I did not expect him to be completely lenient and listen, but at the same time, he shamed my brother," said Smollett's older brother, Jojo Smollett. Spoke about his arrogance. "He doesn't know the struggles my brother is encountering, doesn't know anything that he's dealing with." Yeah, so as far as I know, like I heard that the judge's comments to him like last like 40 minutes. He just kind of went long ass tirade, like he has like this was personal for him. Like what? It was a lot. I mean, I get it, like judges do that, like they want to get their 2 cents in on all this, but is that necessary? Like a whole 20 minutes for this? I don't know, man. Like it wasn't like some brutal murderer, but anyway. Before sentencing, Smollett's legal team had pushed for either a new trial or a not guilty verdict, alleging that his constitutional rights were violated when the court prevented his lawyers from actively participating in the jury selection process. The court prevented his lawyers from actively participating in the jury selection process? That's weird. I did not know about that. Actually, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the case. Why not? That it seems like a violation, right? Jury selection is very important. Very important. How you, speaking of prosecuting black men, it's how a lot of innocent black men have been gone behind bars for decades and decades. Making an all-white jury, right? Yep, that'll do it. But I don't know the makeup of that. I don't remember the makeup of the Smollett's jury. I'm just saying it's important. In court documents, the team wrote that the court made numerous trial errors leading up to the trial and during the pendency of the trial. Pendency of the trial. I actually don't know what that means. It says the judge gave a whole historical essay on people. Holy shit. Yeah, I wasn't there for that. His lawyers argued that they were not allowed to ask questions of the potential jurors, preventing them from discovering any possible biases or questionable impartiality with Smollett, given the case's high profile. Yeah, that sounds like a problem, right? That sounds like a big problem. Lynn said Thursday that whatever sentence he could hand down would pale in comparison to the damage Smollett did to himself and his career. I mean, I guess. Your very name has become an advert for lying, Lynn said, and I cannot imagine what can be worse than that. Has the name become an adverb for lying? I mean, I feel like in certain circles, maybe. I feel like in right-wing circles. Something that, like, pissed them off. Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe. Certain circles. Sorry. Let me type this out. Great. So, let's keep going. Smollett was also ordered to pay around $120,100 in restitution. Why 100 at the end? To the city of Chicago, it was fined $25,000, the maximum allowed. So I guess the restitution means for the police time, right? For the charging, for wasting the police's time, investigating the crime, and then just another fine at the end. I mean, which is stuff he should easily be able to pay, assuming that like fighting this in court didn't like drain his funds. I don't know, but I imagine he was making enough money at the time. Gloria Rodriguez, an attorney for the O brothers, issued a statement after the sentencing. The Honorable Judge Lynn found the O brothers not to be criminally connected to Mr. Smollett's crime in any way, and for anyone continuing to say otherwise simply does not understand the laws or facts in this case, she said. Nevertheless, the Yo brothers regret their role in the case and hope that the sentence today brings closure to the affected people of Chicago. Who was affected? They look forward to telling their story in detail in the very near future. Sounds like a book deal to me. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot praised the sentence, the decision, in a scalding statement Thursday night, saying Smollett's conviction and sentencing send a clear message that false claims and allegations will not be tolerated. The malicious and wholly fabricated claim made by Mr. Smollett resulted in over 1,500 hours of police work that cost the city over $130,000 in police overtime. Okay. The city feels vindicated in today's ruling that he is being held accountable and that we will appropriately receive restitution for his actions. All right. That's it. Oh, let's do the thing. I wanted to listen to the that video. Headphones. Okay. There we go. Let's listen to that video. Let's pause this music first.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent.
I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to be to this court. You're going to be allowed to travel wherever you want. You do not have to live in the state of Illinois. You can report by phone. I know that if you're going to try to make a living and do some of the things you do, you may have to go to other places, New York and Los Angeles. You can do those things. You will pay restitution to the city of Chicago in the amount of $120,106. You are fined $25,000, which is the maximum fine.
I'm sorry, like the fucking thing keeps blinking like that. It's a weird error on this side. Hold on. Let me just turn this off for a second. That'll make that stop. Sorry, it's weird.
And you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail. And that will start today, right here, right now. Mr. Smollett, though the jury found you guilty and I've sentenced you as I have, you have the right to appeal the findings and rulings of the court or ask your sentence be modified. To do those things, you need to file a notice of appeal in writing within 30 days. You may also file a motion to modify your sentence, which would have to be filed in writing within 30 days. Anything not stated in those filings are waived for purposes of appeal. You cannot afford lawyers or transcripts. They would be provided free of charge. Do you have any questions?
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I am not suicidal. That's what I would like to say.
Okay.
I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I respect you, Your Honor. I respect your decision. Jail time, I'm not suicidal.
Okay.
Might be suicidal. Anyway, put him on suicide watch, everyone. But okay, I understand why you said all that. I get it. I actually do. And we'll discuss it in a bit. Martyr syndrome is definitely suicidal. Man gone broke his brain. And scene. Oh boy. I gotta thank God I wasn't born as dumb as Jussie Smollett. Okay. Yeah, I'm just like looking over what you guys are writing here. Oh, someone fill me in. What was the sentence? Oh, hey Wick. Yeah, I'll just put the article in there. But 150 days, so a few months in prison and 5 months in prison and restitution $120,000. $20,000. Yep, $120,000 in restitution to like the city for the time spent on the false accusations for the police. $25,000 in fines, and also I guess he's got to do community service at some point, right? So yeah, it's and some probation time, I think, after that too. So yeah, pretty extensive. Yeah. But yeah, I kind of want to discuss this. Take the remand, let your lawyer petition to modify sentence and get trucking. Okay. Mighty Ducks, where are they now? What is, I don't, I missed that one. Yeah, so I want to talk about, like, was this all deserved? Is this reaction, especially on the national stage, like, was that actually called for? I'm really interested in talking about that. So here. Oh. Yeah, all right. So, exclamation point open. In chat, lets you know this is open walk on panel. All members like you, yes, you see how participate. Join Discord server and go into the robot waiting room to be let in on this link for your convenience. We'd love to have you. Yeah, come on in. Have a discussion with us about this. I have my opinions as to how this should have gone down. I got my opinions on Jessie. Fucking everyone has an opinion on this dude. Fucking everyone has an opinion on all this shit. But yeah, I'm curious what you all think. Is he as big of a scumbag as people are saying he is? Right? Like, do you actually believe that? Or not? So yeah. Oh, we got some people in waiting room. Gonna go check them out. Gonna go check them out. Gonna drag some people in here. Okay. All right. Hey guys. Cameras.
Hello, hello.
Hello. The usual. It is the usual white male crew. Love to see him. Love to
I
see
would
it.
like to preface that I'm Asian. So,
I would like to
please.
preface that I'm white. Fuck.
Are you of wholly Asian descent?
No, I am actually of the biggest minority in the world, which is the mixed race. Okay.
Mix of what?
No.
Biggest minority. I like that one.
Mix of what?
Australia, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Do I get minority points if it was Irish because they were discriminated against the English?
Yeah, sure.
Can I get those
Look,
points?
Absolutely.
I grew up a gamer, so that's actually the most discriminating class
And you're bald now
ever.
too,
Yeah,
so like you're gonna start having to deal with that too. Bald.
But yeah, everyone else, you guys can join in. We'd love to have you. Yeah, so feel free. Exclamation open. The instructions in chat. But I'm very happy that these few have jumped in. Okay, yes. So what are your opinions, right? So Jussie Smollett sentenced to 5 months. Yeah, 5 months in prison. Or jail, I'm not sure which one, but I think it's prison. 5 months in prison, and then $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago, and then $25,000 in a maximum fine, and then I think some probation and like community service. What are your thoughts?
So I find the sentence eminently reasonable. I think what he did caused a lot of harm. It caused people to it casted doubt on legitimate hate crimes that occur in the United States. And there needed to be some sort of punishment. He's getting less than half a year. He has to pay some money. As I understand it, he can afford it. I might be wrong on that. So yes, I do not see this as an unreasonable punishment for what he did.
Anyone else? Your turn.
I'd say it was also reasonable because, well, at the time I think it was still during the Trump presidency, and you still had like that whole tension between left and right. And I think what he did contributed a lot to that. Well, what he attempted to do contributed a lot to that divide. Had it gone in the way where it was actually completely true, it could have led to a lot more different things. So I think one of those, like that factor, could have been part of the sentencing process. And I do believe, with the whole context of what it was aiming to get, that it was a reasonable sentence of what he got.
Okay. All right. Next, we have well, either of you two. Redheaded man, me.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to disagree with the sentencing at all. I think since it's a sentence underneath the year, that he's going to send it in like county prison, which I don't think is as severe as like federal penitentiaries or anything like that. Not saying that it's not going to have some effect. I was a little confused on him talking about how he's not suicidal. Not to sound like an asshole, but I was wondering if he's trying to make like a connection that he's as important as like a Jeffrey Epstein, that he has some like underlying truth in which people are gonna suicide him.
Take
I
him
guess
out.
I don't know. It was really weird. I would like to point out that he was arrested like February 19th, and it's you know of 2000 in 2019, and it's 2022 now, and this case is finally done. Like the level of fucking bloat in our prison system or in our legal system is like really fucking bad. So that's something that we need to address too. But I the fine seems all right so long as he can pay it. Like I'm not trying to make him broke just because he's an actor, right? Doesn't necessarily mean he's millions of dollars. I'd still like to see fines levied proportionally, or the reimbursement for the police time proportionally, as well as the fine. That would be my preference. But just seems really that suicide part was like really weird for me. I don't know, like why.
I agree that was a little random.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I feel like maybe I didn't watch the case. Maybe there was some kind of argument made of about mental health or something. I wouldn't know. It seemed, but I do think that I guess a question I'd like to pose to you guys that I think is interesting about this is that as I seem to repeat as my mantra, I'm also all about cost benefit analysis. And I feel like that's a worthy assessment to make when we start to think about the laws that we make and the penalties of crimes, because it's how we judge the severity of crimes. And when I look at something like this, I feel like there's this weird thing where, we know celebrities, they tend to, they can get off for a lot of easier a lot of the time than the rest of us in some cases. But in a lot of cases, I would argue. But the thing is I actually think that not only should that not be the case, I think that there should be actually more severe punishment because they're celebrities. I think similar for politicians as well, when they mislead the public in some cases. I'm very interested in advocating for legislation like
Professor
that.
Meat,
But
do you think that the punishment here should have been more severe? What would you
yes.
What would you be satisfied with, punishment-wise?
So I'm actually I'm very bad at multitasking, but I'm trying to look up right now the current standards of like all the different sort of crimes that he basically was all the applicable standards and sort of where we generally put these things on the line of. But it seems to me like there is a huge degree of potential harm that you can, like a massive category of potential harm that you, in terms of your ability as a public figure like this to, like, imagine if he had gotten away with this, the potential deception, like the scale of deception that would have been, right?
So-
Now, I'm not saying his cause is wrong, but the thing is if you care about any cause, it's just as useful, if not more useful, to protect the integrity of that cause and defend any arguments that.
So hold on,
that are trying to support it.
before what goes in the whole thing,
Sure.
buddy, I just need to like understand like how this works. So you're advocating for legislation that says that if you're a politician or a celebrity, which is even more interesting, that you will suffer harsher sentencing. How does that
Maybe.
work? What level of celebrity gets you to the point where you're
Is Prime a celebrity? Is Prime a celebrity? He has a following.
Well, I think there's already certain examples of making determinations like this. We make determinations of scale when it comes to the responsibility of people spreading misinformation. I'm not an expert on the exact degrees to which we start to eke out scales like that, in which it becomes a responsibility versus not a responsibility. But there's a precedent for that kind of determination in the abstract.
Is this more like of a how much social reach or power that they have type of thing that we should scale it up, or is it more like how much financial power they have, like money wise? Or I don't know.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, I think that social impact would probably be a greater measure in terms of a qualitative sense of the impact that they're having, because from what I've looked into, there's a lot of correlation, but not exactly causation per se when it comes to finances and the ability to directly impact.
So me, the main problem I have with your calculations here is that you are judging by potential harm rather than actual harm caused. And I feel that the laws should be about the actual harm caused in most cases.
Sure.
And the fact that he didn't get away with it, and the fact that he was, the whole thing was kind of sus from the beginning, and people were kind of like, from the very beginning. He didn't actually cause a lot of harm. Yes, there was a potential there, but in actuality, what he actually did, again, I think the sentence for what that happened there was reasonable. And there is a big argument to be made that celebrity, rich, poor, everyone should have equal accountability under the law. That the law should not be a respecter of persons. That they should be able to, no matter how rich you are, no matter how powerful you are, you will get the same treatment and the same sentence as the poorest among us. I know that realistically that does not happen. That just does not. But as a goal, I think that is a reasonable goal, and I think that is a worthy goal to strive towards.
Do you think the same sentence part should be one where, if say we have two guilty parties who've done the same crime, do you think the same sentencing part should be that they be affected the same amount? So let's say like me or you did, I don't know, some theft or something, and you were fined like $1,000, but a celebrity did it and they were also fined $1,000. Like, you have the same sentencing, but the effect of it is wildly different because if say a rich person was sentenced this amount, like that's just like chump change to them, whereas compared to us it'd be like more substantial. So do you think like maybe the sentence should be scaled in that way?
For fines, I could see an argument. For prison time, no.
See, we're getting into real nitty gritty here. It might be talking past the point, but I might advocate if we're getting into the details of potentially trying to create a policy like this. I think that you're both touching on good points of like, there might be some, there's a potential ball of snakes there to unravel in terms of the implications of these big discrepancies in terms of punishment, let's say, in some sense. But I think that there might be room for fines might not be the best way, especially if we're talking about like hugely wealthier, successful people. There might be some kind of something like house arrest or some kind of enforcement along those lines, some kind of middle ground that can allow us to sort of parse out laws like that in our society in a way that doesn't seem like abusive or less fair, but that still has the the levels of deterrent that are more proportional with the effects that we're looking to deter.
Okay. I think the idea of like harsher sentences, especially for celebrities, politicians, maybe, right? Like we, if you can get protections for a certain class, then you can, do the opposite, right? You can hold certain people up to certain, like for instance, like I feel like cops should get maybe harsher sentences for some of the things that they do, right? But a celebrity to like judge who is a celebrity, and then you're saying like by the harm done, how, like you gotta measure like the scale of like
Sure.
I just don't understand like a scale of like how many people do you have to do, like a poll, like how many people know this person, right? And then that determines, or like how favored they are within the public, does that determine it? Like that doesn't make any sense like at all. Like I just
so you couldn't
Well, it does make it
accurately
really hard to do it. Yeah.
So like for example, you don't accurately have to accurately determine on an individual basis per se and that's generally like there's a lot of similar kinds of things where we'll set thresholds on certain numbers. I'm not a legal expert, but I know
what are
at
the
least
numbers?
in terms of when we're
What are the numbers though? Like
I
not
am
the threshold.
not an informed enough data scientist.
No. I'm asking, what are the metrics here, right? So you're saying like we can set thresholds on certain metrics. What are the metrics?
So a good metric is there's probably a lot of quantitative metrics that you could derive off of things like obviously like follower counts on social media platforms, but also things like things like eyeballs. Data scientists do this kind of stuff for the government all the time.
Why would you want to do that? You were saying that a person with like
Prime's looking at his 21,000 Twitch followers and going, no, this is a bad idea.
It's like no,
I thought Prime was a communist, but he keeps fighting against all my hardcore legislation.
I'm not a communist, but like
okay, sorry.
So like like just like we would just have informed influencers, right? That once you get over 1 million, like Instagram followers, well then you could be subject to harsher sentencing, right? If anything goes wrong in your life, you'll be subject to harsher sentencing, right? Then why not this? If that's the case, then why don't I split up my social media accounts, right? One thing, right? And then you have to prove, well, that each of those followers are unique, right? So like if I have, instead of 1 million is the threshold, right? Then well, I'll make sure that my primary social account doesn't go over 500,000, right? Or maybe, and I'll end it, right? I'll like end my Instagram accounts like, hey, maybe you go over and find me on this other Instagram account, right? And then if you're like, well, look at his YouTube as well. Well, YouTube, those could all be the same people. How would you tell? Right? I guess we'd have to subpoena YouTube and Instagram and figure out if these people, like, none of this makes sense. Why would you?
Maybe
why would
we
you
could
even
allow.
go for that?
Maybe we could regulate for a general category and just allow for these crazy exceptions on the edge to exist where they could successfully manage a whole.
But what you're failing to take into account is that a lot of these crimes could be amplified by other people's social media accounts because they're all connected. Like Prime could do a panel on something Jussie Smollett did, and should he be held accountable for causing that harm because he spread what? No, it's just impossible. I think to.
So this is something we do in social sciences, for example, right?
Yeah,
we don't do it in criminality. We do not assign criminality.
In some cases, we do. We assign criminality in all sorts of categories. Did you know, for example, that there are certain laws on the books that are supposed to manage certain levels of exploitation within the business when it comes to, I forget even the exact idea of the laws, but there's laws, for example, they are trying to manage some idea of scale within the business of sodas and of beers. And there are certain laws, for example, where you cannot, this is going to sound abstract, but this is the kind of category that we're getting into. There are certain levels where we say, all right, we don't want anyone who's like beyond a certain level of scale to be able to start breaching into other markets unless they're able to produce at least this much. So that's an arbitrary amount in terms of supply and demand, but we set certain thresholds.
Do we send people to jail for that?
If they break the law, yes. If you could send, if you're a business and you broke that fucking law, you could go to jail for it.
Do you have an example?
There's a company called Red Hook. They're in my state. They're a beer there's a lot of people would say it's because of lobbyists. I would not go so that far, but it was something that was lobbied for years back where I think it was Budweiser or whatever. Red
Hook is delicious, by the way.
Yeah, and they cannot scale. I've spoken to people that work there. They can't scale up because there are laws on the books that prevent them from. And I feel like I'm talking about this point a little bit, but there are laws on the books that prevent them from being able to scale up into other states at the rate that they would need to make it cost efficient. Because there are laws on the books that don't allow them to do that unless they scale up to a certain amount.
I just don't see the connection between this and your policy of social media influencers committing crimes. I just do not see this as a one-to-one thing.
Let me draw it more to social science.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I feel like you have something to say on this.
Are you just saying this is a dumb idea, like in concept, or just for legal sense?
Me? Am I saying this is a dumb idea? Yes, I'm saying this is a dumb idea.
Like, I agree.
As a concept or just like legally?
As a concept and legally, both. Both.
Because we already do this like socially, right? So everyone knows Destiny the streamer, and everyone knows the Dalaban community. You know,
no one's sending him to jail. No one's punishing him.
Like, there's so much more criticism based on the community and outreach of as compared to someone like me and you, where like what we say,
okay,
but like we do this for big content creators and their voice to their followers compared to us individually.
No, we don't. We don't do anything.
This is something that we do.
No, what do we do to them?
We criticize them more harshly and say that their communities attack
There's
us.
more people to criticize them because they're important.
Okay.
If a random motherfucker says something, right, there's no one around to criticize them. Like if you look at the average American and the dumb fuck things they have on their minds and things they say, right? Well, then there's plenty to criticize, like for literally everyone. Right? But there's no one around. It's like a tree's falling in the woods and no one's around to give a shit, right? Like, but
so I can.
Hold on.
It's not the point that Jussie Smollett has a bigger reach than the individual.
Pisco came on.
My man Pisco is here.
All right.
I called
No,
Pisco in because
I want to get in before Pisco says it, because Pisco's gonna say it. I want to get in before Pisco says it.
Okay.
I want
all
to
right.
okay.
Before you do that, Pisco, are you there? I want to make sure you can hear it.
Yeah, I haven't really heard much.
Okay.
Also, I have COVID, but yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, okay, so before you do that, I want Meat to repeat like his idea, and then Doghouse, you can say your thing, and then Pisco, you can respond. Doghouse.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, not Doghouse. I said Meat. Sorry, I meant Meat. I apologize.
Okay.
Meat.
All right. So I'm actually very interested in this. I believe Pisco is a lawyer, right? Or he's in law school? One or two?
Passed the bar. Admission.
Passed the bar. Okay.
He likes switching on people.
Do you think? So let's assume that Pisco is going to pass the bar.
No, he did pass the bar. He did.
Oh, you did pass the. So you have. Okay.
Probably soon.
Okay. Cool. So.
Don't take the spotlight.
Why? What is the problem? Tell me. I'm educated on this, sir.
No. Explain. No. Before. Hold on. Stop.
I'm saying.
Explain it. Explain what your idea is first.
The idea is some kind of regulation, some kind of like quantifying, let's say, of the eyeballs that are going onto certain content, and just establishing some kind of boundaries of like scaled harm that that can correlate with some type of adapted like scaled punishment for a deterrent.
For celebrities, huh? So you're saying a bigger celebrity. So try to simplify this, right? Because I don't know why you're complaining. For the bigger the celebrity, the harsher the sentencing. If they get committed, if they get sentenced for a crime, right?
Bigger the outreach, harsher sentencing. How can we scale that?
Whatever. So go ahead, Doghouse. Go ahead, and then we'll.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a big spoiler alert, and Pisco, because I know Pisco's gonna fucking jump on this. That's why when I saw him come in here, like me and him are like, well, he is a lawyer. I'm a legal nerd, but I'm not a lawyer. But I watch a bunch of trials and shit. We have somewhat of a system like this already called mitigating factors and aggravating factors when it comes to sentencing. So if you have someone who's, say, like a teacher, for example, the fact that they're a teacher, if they're committing like a crime, let's say against a relationship with a student, the fact that they are a teacher, having that kind of an authority weighs in on the fact of the sentencing. And to give you an idea of what an aggravating or a mitigating factor is, there is typically a guideline in the sentencing that is the minimum and the maximum for that particular crime. The judge is allowed to go beyond or less than those guidelines based on certain factors. So when you have someone, for example, like a teacher, if they have a whole bunch of other things, not just the fact that they're a teacher, but teacher can play into how the judge can what's called depart from that particular sentencing guideline. So we do have something kind of sort of in place right now for people who are in an authority position. I don't know if necessarily a celebrity would put into that factor, but I think that the judge during the Jussie Smollett sentencing did mention something of the fact that he kind of acknowledged that Jussie Smollett was a celebrity. Now, I don't know, he never really kind of pinpointed whether or not that was one of the reasons for his particular sentence, but we do have something kind of in place already to kind of weigh into that factor of the weight of that particular person. So I wanted to get in before Pisco said it, because I feel like Pisco was going to jump all over it.
Pisco, initial thoughts.
So it sounds like what's being proposed is a system in which people with more money or more fame or who we expect more out of get punished more. Is that right?
Yeah, essentially.
Not necessarily expect more out of, but I mean loosely. I mean, I would like to quantify it upon an axis of like that's more meaningful, I would say, but loosely speaking, sure.
What do you mean by more meaningful? You mean like literally
like in a way that I think would like, I feel like those terms, and I'm not trying to split hairs per se, but those terms are a little loose and maybe hard to define. I feel like it would be way easier to try to find like the just to quantify upon loose terms like the amount of eyeball, like the amount of unique viewers upon certain thresholds that like certain content is hitting, and even more so because I would also extend something like this to or I would wonder about something like this to politicians. I guess would if we could apply it would be some well, with politicians, it'd probably be a lot easier to quantify. But yeah, some kind of metric like that, like scale of influence. Let's
So
say.
if 50 people saw it, the punishment would be more severe if 100 people saw it, right?
Saw
Yeah,
what? Saw the crime or saw the
whatever the
person?
content is. I guess let's say.
So hon, so is this just for misinformation? Is that the only thing you're talking about? Because we're not talking. We're talking about in terms of Smollett, right? A person who made a false accusation, but like not to like his audience or anything. I mean, he did it to like the police. So, like, what are the crimes that would be murder? Would you get a harsher sentence for murder?
Well, the public would have to play a factor in the crime.
Hold on, I want I want to hear from. Don't put words in his mouth. Like, what do you?
No, I agree with what Dustin said.
Okay, sure, but again, what crimes?
Crimes where the interplay with the public is like a direct qualitative representation of the offense.
It sounds to me as though this is some version of the harm principle. First of all, I think Doghouse did a really good job speaking about ways in which all these different factors play into account during the sentencing phase of the trial, as in judges have a great deal of discretion to, let's say that you're a cop or a police officer, or the judge thinks that you should have known better or that you were in a position of authority or privilege. Judges can absolutely take that into consideration when doing their sentencing. That's kind of why and how they have discretion. It's one of the most discretion-based things that they do. What you're suggesting is that the harm of an act should influence how much we punish it. And certain principles in law do go by that. The fact that we have different sentencing ranges for different crimes is a reflection of society's perceptions about the relative magnitudes of the harms of you might say the average incidence of that crime. Murder, you can think of a murder which is less harmful than a fraud. You can think of a fraud that affects so many people that it just does so much damage. It's worse than like some murder of someone who's gonna, like, let's say he's on death's door and he wants to be killed, and he wants assisted suicide. That technically in many jurisdictions would be a murder if you killed that person and you listened to their wishes. But we know in general we punish murder more than we punish harm. That's a reflection of the quote unquote harm principle. But within specific categories of crimes, I would say the model penal code and sort of a lot of modern perspectives are less interested in the harm in the specific case and are more interested in the guilty intent or the guilty mind. So let's say that we attempted to kill someone. We're going to charge that just as badly or almost as badly as if we actually killed someone. If even if no one's heard about it. And that kind of perspective would say, if Jussie Smollett tried to enact a fraud on a bunch of people but didn't actually succeed at it, we're going to punish them just as much. And that's been kind of like the shift in perspective. But I'm going to disappoint Prime a little bit here. I think that the harm principle is like a classic one in criminal law. What seems really weird about
asking for. That's not what he's asking for.
He's been
well, I think that's not what he's asking for. Hold on. But that's not what the point of this. What he said, and maybe you didn't hear this part too, right? Is that like if a person has a certain level, like we would like, I asked him how, like, what would be the metric to judge if there's a celebrity, right? And it's like, well, we count up, right? Their followers would be one of the metrics, right? We would look for his social media accounts, and we would count up the followers there. Right. And then at some point, I guess hitting certain thresholds, right? It would increase the sentencing for the same crime.
Yeah. Okay. So I understand. All right. So assume the same harm of a crime between two individuals, similarly situated crimes, one committed by, let's say just, go ahead, sorry.
So I just want to be clear. So I just want to add, just in case, I might not have been misunderstood. I don't know where, maybe there isn't a misunderstanding, but just to be clear, I am not necessarily advocating for on an individual basis, like just scaling it per individual to whatever the individual's is. I'm advocating for that sort of categories that you described, where we would
So
place
the
them
small
into
streamer versus the huge streamer versus the giant streamer.
But
sure,
in the
something
end,
like
it's
that.
the same thing.
It's a similar thing because you're
Similar,
making
but I think it's an
thresholds.
important distinction.
But at some point, you have to have a threshold.
Yeah,
as to
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a way to make it a workable rule as opposed to an unworkable rule. So it would be a workable rule, but I think it would conflict with some other important principles that we have, such as equality under the law. You know, a big feature and component of the United States justice system is that people are equal before the law. And there are some cases in which, so like, imagine that as a heuristic, we said, we're going to punish poor people more than rich people because poor people, rich people aren't connected to the streets in the same way as poor people are. And poor people really just they have to live with crime every day, and so why shouldn't we should blame them more because they have more interaction with it, so they should know it's bad. I think all of us would have a problem with that intuition, and it should tell you something about the intuition against rich people or famous people, that maybe the best way to deal with those disparities isn't in the criminal justice system, but is through some kind of other method of social engineering or social welfare.
And I don't believe that this should be. I want to make this clear too, just to make sure I'm not confused. Are you advocating for this to be a part of the sentencing guidelines, or are you wanting this to be like an actual put into law, like the actual statute saying if your status is this, your sentence is harsher based upon that status? Just trying to get a little more clarity other than just the kind of the general idea. Like what would that look practically?
Something like that. Something like I don't know if it would be necessarily like maybe different categories of like just different crimes in general, or like it becomes a certain crime when you get to a certain scale. And we don't even necessarily have to use my exact. I'm not a data scientist. We don't have to use my exact metrics. But I think that what I think is interesting. I'm interested in what Pisco thinks. You brought up the intuition and the sort of how the level at which that becomes important, that the way we relate to the right and wrong of something on an intuitive level. And I think that's a very relevant distinction. But I guess what I would ask, what it seems to me when I try to process that, is that I feel like we get a different intuition in a lot of ways when we look at Jussie Smollett. I feel like there's a certain sense of us. A lot of people look at Jussie Smollett and there's a reaction the same way they feel with some of the things that billionaires do, where we say, given all their power, given the platform they have, given that people make the determination that there's a reasonable degree of responsibility, at least it seems to me on an intuitive level, that's maybe worthy of placing on them, that makes the harm, the crime actually morally more severe in terms of breach of responsibility sort of way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically what we're saying is, what are legitimate reasons to differ in sentences even if the crime is substantially similar? So
Right.
One, and I don't deny that those considerations are taken into account. One example could be whether or not you confessed, whether or not you cooperated, whether or not you feel remorse, or you express remorse, or you apologize. Those things. Other things that are less relevant, also relevant, could be like, are you in a position of trust? I think Doghouse mentioned, are you a parent, or something like that.
A teacher. That's what I was gonna say. I feel like we already have something like this.
But what he's suggesting seems to be like another story you can tell about, well, rich people with power, they should be held to a higher standard. And maybe there's, maybe at let's say that someone the richest person, let's say Bill Gates, stole something he didn't need to steal, right? He stole something in a convenience market or something. And would we all feel the same? Should he be treated absolutely the same as someone who was trying to steal that for to feed themselves?
The problem is, Pisco, I think, and me and you've had these conversations many times in regards to this. I think the problem though is it's a push and pull. So when a judge is deciding these factors, let's assume that this may weigh heavier. Again, it's still going to be ultimately up to the judge's discretion, and you do have that push and pull where, for example, let's say it's fraud. Well, there's obviously a minimum and maximum there. And for example, let's say, I don't know what the maximum is for fraud and it depends on the state, but let's assume that it's 6 months to a year depending on it, right? to mitigate that factor, or to aggravate that factor into being like 3 years because you're a celebrity, is a little extreme and probably wouldn't stand in an appeal. And so I guess like my thing is that there has to be an understanding too that, is this their first offense? Is there this? There's all these other factors that go into sentencing. That's kind of that push and pull, that even though, yeah, they may be a high tier celebrity, this might be their first crime. So at the same time, there's that kind of push and pull where, okay, maybe they're up here at this point because the judge goes, okay, they're a celebrity, they're up here. Oh, well, it's their first crime. Okay, it kind of gets knocked down a little bit. So there's that kind of push and pull that a judge has to make.
But then you're kind of you're agreeing with Professor that it actually is aggravating to be.
Sure. Yeah. That's my argument, is that I think it's already in place currently to some degree.
I will say this to Prime. Prime's point. I think Prime has a good point that we should be careful about formalizing these things. Just like a lot of people are uncomfortable with explicit racial quotas in affirmative action cases.
As a middle ground, then, would you guys just agree that it'd be better as just part of the guidelines instead of as like a hard legal stance that?
Well,
I would,
you know, or like as just left to judge discretion.
No,
Prime, you think that privilege should never play a role in sentencing?
I think we can. I think that's definitely a possibility, right? I thought you brought some really good, interesting points, right? Thought-provoking points, Pisco. But in terms of the system that he's talking about, no. What? Like, you would imagine this, right? Imagine you have an individual, and like we have to, because this is part of the. He's talking about legislating this, right? He said, you didn't hear that either, right? He says, like, I'm in favor of like writing up some sort of legislation to make it so that celebrities, right, receive harsher punishments, right? And then of course we got the scaling issue. So you have to like figure out the level of celebrity, right? Do you have to run polls? Maybe, right? I asked him specifically. He talked about like followers on social media, right? So now social media that may have nothing to do with the crime. It's not like they went on Instagram Live, right? And spilled a misinformation or did something, I don't know, toxic to the public, right? Yeah, right? No, hold on, no, it's not the same. Hold on, he went to police. He went to the fucking police. He went to the police.
And then he proceeded to go onto social media.
The crime was going to the police. You can say what you want to the public. Separate. Yeah, there's no crime.
But they are in conjunction.
But hold on. The crime is lying to the police, not lying to the public. You can lie to the public, right?
It depends. Wait, this is really interesting.
And he wasn't selling them anything or anything. So let me just finish this.
They're actually trying to
let me finish this. And I just want to hear what you have to say. But he didn't even stipulate that, right? That like it had to be related to social media anyway. I'm saying it doesn't have to be, right? So it doesn't even have to be. And then you would count up the number of people within their various social media accounts, right? And then see if that meets a threshold. And are those accounts unique, right? And how does that actually escalate the situation, right? And thinking about like the level of harm, right? Like what difference, in the cases that he's talking about, right? What difference does it make if they're a celebrity? When the crime itself, right? What if the crime is just as publicized, right? With a nobody, than as compared to a celebrity. When as many people hear about a crime, a false accusation, as was the case of a celebrity. We have cases like that, right? Yep. So we have, and this was pointed out by someone else made this connection. There was the Central Park jogger, right? She's in the park, white woman, black man producer tells her, put your dog on the leash, right? She freaks out, calls the police, and says like, he's not even listening. So, calls the police and says that this person's attacking me. I'm going to be attacked, screaming at the top of her fucking lungs, right? Calls an execution of this black man, because that's what she was using that police for, right? Calls an execution. This goes fucking viral, right? A national conversation, just like Jussie Smollett, right? Was the harm, the perceived harm, is it greater just because we all know about this crime? Is the perceived harm of the celebrity, right? Is it less if no one knows about it, right? If it's a crime that's committed, but like for some reason it doesn't get publicized, like none of this makes sense. What would it matter if they have more social media followers? It doesn't make sense.
Because
I can answer this with a great example that we have going on right now in Congress. Congress just announced that they laid out separate charges that Donald Trump should be charged for. I know it's a slight tangent, but it's related. Trust me. There is a statute. I read through what Congress says Donald Trump should be charged with. One of those was common law fraud, and the reason why they laid out common law fraud was because he went out and stated that the election was fraudulent when it wasn't. And so the statement that a public figure can make to the public, being Trump, can be charged, and according to Congress at least. I don't know if it would hold up in a court. It's a small charge too. Common law fraud is like very misdemeanor-esque, but nonetheless,
the examples that Prime gives are specifically when the harm is the same. He's bringing up examples in which, it's non-notorious people who, by virtue of their crime, they have the same kind of widespread, discovery of whatever's going on there.
But we don't disagree with the idea that there can be more that there will be more harm caused by a celebrity just by their own admission of popularity. Right?
Only in
so if
certain
people
cases,
believe that, if people believe that this person of power or privilege was attacked, the public then does suffer some harm by believing, well, if this person can be attacked, then I can for sure.
So why?
But
why
the
would
influencing
that be
factor is their influence upon the public. That's why it matters. That's why
it's not their influence that happened here. What we're talking about is if what you said just there was if the public believes, if a lot of public believes this is a harm. And Prime gave some examples of people who were no ones, which the massive amount of people believed that harm were caused, things
but
like that. But your celebrity status, simply having a celebrity status in many instances does not equate to more harm being, like if I robbed the bank versus Jussie Smollett robbing the bank, no more harm was caused because he was a celebrity. The bank is robbed. The money is taken.
No, that's not true.
It all depends on what.
This isn't like, I don't think that Professor Meat, if we were to apply this in a factor, wouldn't be a law. It would be what he was talking about as far as the Doghouse Show was talking about, is it would be an aggravating factor, right?
Legislating.
Because this becomes important.
No, but be careful. I think what Prime's concerned about, what I am too, is formalizing it in some way.
I don't think that you could.
So you guys would agree.
He's saying that he would.
But I don't, in practicality, I don't think that any of us could agree, but it can be an aggravating factor in which it is of significant measure.
But it can go the other way too. I don't know if you guys remember the affluenza case. Do you guys remember that one?
Yeah.
Or the Brock Turner case.
I watched the entire case, so I would try to.
So those cases involved where they weren't taught, because they were so rich, they were never taught right from wrong, and so you can't expect of normal people to have this they not having been taught in the regular way. You can't have these expectations of them. So whatever you're going to say cuts both ways, and it might.
That would be like the sugar defense as well, right? Like, my client murdered this politician because his sugar was what was it?
The Twinkie defense is, at least as I understand it, is commonly referred to when it's like a super improbable kind of laughable defense.
Yes, but it was a defense that was effective.
And I think it's important. To mention too that I heard someone mention like robbing the bank, but then there's also, again, it's very case dependent, because like you said, with robbing the bank, I don't think the fame had any aspect in that. However, if you have someone who publicly goes out and say shames somebody, for example, we could think of many examples of this. It's a bit different. You can actually, now it may not be a crime, but you might have a civil lawsuit, and it might actually weigh pretty heavier in that regard. Again, kind of the aggravating factor.
The suggestion made does not. It was for, as I understood it, all crime.
Wait, no. But this what he said is a fantastic point. I don't want us to lose it. This is an amazing point. What he's saying is, or what I interpreted to be, or a factor of what it means. You can tell me if it's not what you mean.
That's okay.
Jussie Smollett. Am I saying it right, Smollett? I'm
no one cares. It's fine.
Jessie.
Smollett.
his position of privilege might tell us more about his intent, and that intent would is something that we typically will consider in doing the sentencing. But by virtue of us knowing that he had planned this out in advance, and that he knew he had a platform, and he knew that people would listen to him, that gets us thinking that he had more malicious mindset.
Right.
And so I think, insofar as your privilege tells us anything about your intent with reference to the specific crime, I think it becomes even more important for us to consider that in sentencing. Though I think equality under the law is so important that we even then we wouldn't want to formalize those relationships in the way that Professor is suggesting. And
Yeah,
and I think Pisco is really talking about one of the like three big rationales of the criminal justice system. You know, your first year law school class, you learn about the three big kind of rationales that underpin why we have criminal punishment, what the ostensible goals are. We have, you know, retribution, deterrence, and rehabilitation, right? And so I think the sentence in any case, not just Smollett's case, ideally is always a reflection of the nexus of those three things. And I think that's what Pisco is getting at. To Prime's point about the Central Park jogger and the comparison between Smollett, the Central Park jogger being relatively unknown until she goes viral, and Smollett having a wider audience all the time, I think we also have to pay attention to the huge power of the technical side of all this, the power of jurisdiction. So the laws that are on the books in New York City versus the laws that are on the books in the state in Cook County, Illinois, the sentencing ranges, how these offenses are classified in the first case. I tended to, you know, I'm on the West Coast. I tended to think that this case was overcharged from the get-go. But then I looked up the Illinois code that he was charged under in the first place. It's really hard to charge that down based on my reading.
So do you feel he
so
got?
I think you can't really. I think it's hard to. We have these three goals, but also we can't ignore the power of the fact that we have 50 different versions of the criminal justice system acting simultaneously in the United States all at once,
and sometimes in conflicting ways. I think it's a great point, and but really, as applied to the facts of this case, I want to get this out. Think about, you know, summarize in your head again what happened here. Jussie Smollett was trying to make a false accusation of a crime and use his platform to castigate the Chicago Police Department in a way to marshal aggression and anger that he knew was going to be even more intensified because he was a powerful elite who people cared about and who they would be more, that he would be considered more credible by virtue of his status. That, to me, you know, if you're not going to charge that more than just like some random poor person who does it just to save their own skin, I don't know if our sentencing is working the way we want to. I mean, these are kind of malicious acts that I want to be punished more than just the quote unquote regular type. Not in so much of a way that we say, okay, if you have 50,000 followers, you are always charged this much more. Because there could be ways in which the crime is reduced in severity because you're more popular or because you're this or that. Well, because I think, as real quick, as Ranch said, one aspect of punishment is rehabilitation. Oftentimes we think that people who are in these positions of authority, they'll have more tools at their disposal to rehabilitate themselves, yada, yada, yada. They'll have more people eye on them, and so maybe they'll have a better way to access rehabilitation. And so I think it cuts both ways, but in this case, it seems really malicious.
Yeah. So just to like clear it up, I'm trying to like get it in my head. So the main thing that we should be charging on is the intent of the person, and the other factors of like the outreach and influence, status, all that is just secondary factors to consider to either increase or decrease the punishment on how it influences the.
Not everyone agrees. I mean, I don't know about this panel, but there are some people who are more into the harm principle, and they say and that's sort of more the retributive side of it, where you're like, we're gonna punish you because you ruined something for somebody, or you kill. A good example of that is felony murder. Felony murder is a doctrine where people who do the same acts, same criminal acts, not intending death to occur, might, by virtue of random chance, just in one case death occurred and another one that didn't occur, we're going to punish the one in which death occurred because, oops, you were unlucky and you caused more harm. So I think I would agree with Omni that it's probably better to work on intent, but don't take it as a given. There are a lot of people who say, you caused more harm, now own it.
Yeah, in this case, I find it very unbelievable that you would try and throw the influence and the fraud factor, his ability and his foundation of his celebrity status. I would find it very untoward of you to not to take that into account into sentencing.
The judge did too, and I want
Yeah,
to make that very important. The
right.
judge mentioned that he believed that Jussie Smollett did this in his own self-interest, and he kept pounding at that part. And the ironic thing about it all too is when, kind of related, but when Jussie ended up getting sentenced, he made the big scene in the courtroom about that. And I think it was kind of, actually, in my way, I felt like it was just proving what the judge had said. And that's just my opinion. Now we're open to interpretation, but when I heard him say that, I thought it kind of proved the judge right, and the fact that it looked like he was just trying to make a scene.
Prime, I see you in consternation. I love you, Prime, and I want to put you at ease because I think I'm not trying to make Doghouse feel good, but I think he made another really amazing comparison and point by bringing up Trump.
You gotta take me on a date, Pisco, once in a while, okay?
Because Trump is the perfect example. The reason why I think Trump is such a bad actor and such a horrible person is precisely because he abused his power that he had, right? Whether it's this phone call with Zelensky, or whether it's anything else he's done when he's spreading lies and misinformation, the fact that he is the president of the United States, the fact that he's the leader of the free world, makes those things way worse when he's and because he knows. Also, think about the cases where he's publishing false shit about people, where he knows that those people are now going to be harassed by his followers all the time on his Twitter. He would use Twitter as a weapon in these ways when he was spreading absolute misinformation about a particular person, knowing he's going to ruin their life. And so if you were to come and be like, oh wait, we should be agnostic about his position of authority, his position of privilege. Now maybe you can make a distinction and say, well, hang on, the president had actual legal authority as opposed to just having followers and just being famous. But I think it all amounts to one thing, which is power. And what kind of power do you have, and in which way are you deploying it? Well, it shouldn't be the predominating thing, but I think it should be a relevant consideration.
So I think, okay, you've changed my thinking on this a bit. If Smollett is using his platform as his weapon of choice, right? The way Trump was doing, because I think that's really interesting. Trump was using that as a weapon when he's telling people that there are certain people who are his enemies, right? Politicians who have crossed him are his enemies, right? And he says that out through Twitter, right? And then they get fucking harassed, right? I mean, not just politicians, but people of the press. Right? He would use his platform to specifically do that. And if we're charging him, as if that was ever going to happen, but if we're charging him, this is not something that we should consider. I think that's actually quite interesting. I think my problem with Meat's system is this one, like you said, formalizing it, and two, scaling it. Because if a high schooler, right, a high schooler who's got a lot of Instagram followers, I'm just using Instagram for some fucking reason, I don't know why, but Instagram followers within their school, right, popular within that domain, harasses someone else, right, uses social media as a weapon, right, to pick on them, to bully them, and the way Trump did, I think that harm is
it's related to the thing. Yeah. So I see what you're saying.
Can I ask?
No, sure. I just want to distill this real quick. I think what Prime might be suggesting is, if the authority or the power or the privilege is related to the crime in such a way that you think it bears on their intent, or it was used in furtherance of this crime, or something incident to this crime, maybe then we should take into consideration, but not when it's just a mere side thing, when it's totally unrelated and it's just a matter of identity. Not by virtue of merely your identity should you be given further punishment, but if you're using that, if there's a nexus between your misconduct and your influence, then maybe we take into consideration. Is that fair?
Yes, and I also wouldn't scale it, right? Because that part doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, I
Like,
see.
yeah, like if so the high school bully and Trump being the biggest bully, right? Like if they're being charged, I think you can take those things into account, that they use their status, their popularity against them, but like not to say, well, Trump has the maximum amount of celebrity, right? Like literally the most famous person in the world when you're the president, right? It has the maximum amount of celebrity, so he gets more years, right? You can say this is aggravating or whatever the term is here, right? But it's not the thing that but we don't like count up the number of people on the planet and say, well, almost all of them know who President Trump is, and so let's add more years, you know?
Yeah, I would
sorta
agree with
do.
this. I was gonna say, like, I see what Prime is saying. There's like that fine line that I'm kind of understanding here. In other words, it's like we're not gonna put a raw number to it. It almost sounds like you want to keep it almost in the way that it is now, because I would say, like I mentioned before, Trump, if the crime was robbing a bank versus libel or slander, which is I believe it's civil. I don't remember if it's criminal or not. But anyways, something like that where the platform matters, right? I don't think the platform necessarily matters in, say, a murder necessarily, unless there was like he ordered somebody. But even then, I think that's a whole nother separate topic. Somewhere where his platform has an actual like effect in that thing, like you were saying with the high school bully, a high school bully going on Twitter saying, "Hey, you suck," and then versus Trump going on Twitter, and if he actually committed fraud, which is what their common law fraud is, what the Congress is saying he should be charged with, absolutely, you're going to see Trump being charged with common law fraud before you see the high school bully being charged with fraud. And what they're wanting to charge Trump with is basically just stating, literally, it says in the documents, him stating to the public something that has already been proven wrong. So this is what I'm saying is it shouldn't be something that's like you were saying, like, oh, well, you have X followers, so you should get 2 more years because of that. It should be something that is definitely a factor, and kind of what we have now. It should be an aggravating factor, if anything, that, hey, you're a public figure. You know your platform. You know when you say something like this, you should be held accountable. Now, we can argue whether or not someone should be charged with common law fraud. That's a whole nother conversation. But you can be, and it can be used against you that you are a public figure and you do know that you have a larger platform.
Professor
So
Mead
help me
hasn't gotten a
understand.
chance to talk, so let's go to Professor Mead, ask that question, then Wick, and then anyone else who wants to.
Well, it was really a few simple questions to Pisco, really, because so Pisco, and correct me if I'm wrong, so I'll try to phrase it mostly as a statement. You can just correct me if I'm wrong about something. So I'm sure there's probably some kind of, is it a law or like a determination that we leave to the judges or something like that when it comes to like, let's say, greater punishments for a like sort of targeted mass like harassment of someone of a large group of people in a community or something like that, as opposed to like an individual basis.
There are different ways that manifests itself. One is,
Okay.
as I think Doghouse was alluding to, what he didn't want was you can literally make different crimes for different categories of individuals. You can make
But
it
what
a
do we
crime.
do?
So like a cop, killing of a cop, for instance, very often is like a intensified crime, and that the fact that you like it's an additional element that the prosecutor will have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt as part of one of the elements of that crime. But you can literally make another crime which has an additional element or attendant circumstance which put you in like a different whole category of crime. That's one way it manifests itself. So for instance, if let's say that you're committing fraud upon a lot of people, maybe there's a different crime for that as opposed to committing it over a small number of people. Another way that can manifest itself is in terms of like mandatory sentencing guidelines. Like you could have some factor that the judge can make a finding on, and that can influence, either force the judge in a certain place or strongly recommend that they go to a certain place. And so those kinds of guidelines within a crime can matter. Also, obviously, like your previous criminal history can have an influence. A lot of things can have an influence. And then I would just say, finally, like general discretion. Sentencing is like very, although there are like absolutely crimes that have like mandatory minimum sentences, judges have a wide range of discretion to sentence how they want. And the standard for like overturning that is like, it has to be the highest level of abuse of that discretion in order for like an appellate court to like even take a second to overturn it or to tell them to come to a new ruling. And so there are different ways it can manifest itself, but
Sure.
a lot of the main ones are to endow people with judges with discretion.
Sure.
There's a problem, by the way, if you do everything in terms of mandatory minimums, which you see right now, which is everyone's complaining about the mandatory minimums, that you're taking away discretion. But if you give too much discretion, we're worried about, well, is this really fair? And if some judge had like a bad breakfast, am I going to have like 2 extra years on my sentence?
Right. And so my question would be like,
I think Pisco explains it really great. So just think of criminal sentencing as a function, right? You have a class of a felony in a certain, ABC 1, 2, 3, high to low. And then think of a sentencing scheme independent of the classification of whatever crime. And then you can add on modifiers or subtract modifiers based on the different attendant circumstances, as Pisco said, to the crime to modify a couple extra years here, a couple extra years there, this financial term here, that financial term there, and then yes, discretion left to the judge at the very end as a matter of due process, to give the bench discretion, but also to give the criminal defendant the right to be heard as to what the sentence should be there, because even in the guilt phase, as a matter of due process, the defendant still has the right and the ability to present as good of a mitigation case as they can. I'm not really sure why that seems to not have happened in the Smollett case, but I just saw that clip. Maybe it did, maybe I missed it, but yeah, I think Pisco's points are well made.
Maybe you guys can help me understand, because I'm struggling to understand a concept that's been talked about. So, if 2 people, one with a very strong platform with a lot of followers, a lot of clout, a lot of influence, and one without, both of them bully someone, both of them libel or slander someone, and in both cases, the person they libel or slander ends up Robloxing themselves because they felt that they were under attack, that they felt they had no way out, or for whatever reason. It could be proven that there's a direct link between the bullying and what happened. Simply because it was easier for the second person with the clout, with the influence to do it, the results are the same in either case. So why should there be a harsher punishment for someone who was easier to do it?
Yeah,
because
okay.
in both cases,
yeah,
someone lost their life.
Okay.
So they actually do have case. There have been cases where people were bullied and killed, and I believe they had been the bully had been charged with manslaughter or something along those lines. I have seen them before, but I'm gonna assuming that this is the case. Let's assume that charges are brought, right? The way that this would work is that the charges would be brought no different. Whether you're popular or not popular, charges are going to be brought. No matter your status, you're going to have the mandatory minimum, you're going to have the mandatory maximum for that particular given charge. What then factors into the status symbol, especially with the bullying case, I would say, is the status symbol at the point at which you're determined to be guilty. After you've been determined to be guilty, then the judge is going to try. Now, and it depends on some states, because I've actually, I believe in the Amber Geiger trial, the sentence was handed down to the jury to decide the sentencing. So it depends whether or not the judge or the jury can sentence. It just depends on the state and depends on the crime, I think. But nonetheless, when it comes to sentencing, that's when that becomes a factor in determining what influence. Are you the small person?
What happens, but my question isn't what is, it's what ought to be.
Oh,
and
what
my
ought
question
to be.
is what ought to be.
Yeah,
like
I don't see why you could deny the fact that what ought to be
just because
is the
something is
person with
easier
the
for
bigger
someone,
influence
if
has more liability than the person with
no,
less
no,
influence.
okay. In both cases, the harm was the same. In both cases, the results were the same.
Let's push on that a little bit, Wick. So,
Okay.
suppose that the one case of defamation, it was one bad review. Most of the reviews were glowing, and
Oh, I'm not talking defamation. I'm talking specific harassment and bullying that took place over a long period of time.
All right. So, in one case, the harassment that took place by the person who was in a lower position or threshold, that person wasn't able to marshal tons of other people to go attack that one person, and wasn't able to use the resources that the person with more influence did to affect the outcome. In those different cases, you would see a distinction in.
He was asking what ought to be, though, right?
Yeah, not what is.
I know what ought. You would see a purpose if the only reason they were able to achieve their end was because of their influence and power, to charge them differently, right? If the only reason they were able.
But the only reason, because again, one has very little influence and power, and one has very lots of influence and power. One had to work harder at it. One had to try extra hard to do it. You understand? Like they had to go to a level that the other person did not have to go to. The other person could just send out a couple tweets and let his army do it.
What makes you think that it would be easier just because you...
For the person with clout, because they have a lot more people to help them and back them up.
Yes, but you have to convince more people, which is harder.
Okay. Well, let's not get lost in the minutia here. The answer is, Wick, is that it's a normative judgment as to the appropriateness and the extent of punishment, and it goes back to the three ends of the criminal justice system. Okay, which one are we going to pick? Do we want to deter other people because this other person, this famous person, has a bigger platform? Okay, so we want to incapacitate that person and make an example of them, so that the people on their platform will learn a lesson not to do that. Is it retribution? Do we think that person acted with a particularly evil mind? Is it just that primal need for revenge that is codified and legitimized in the justice system? And that's plain as day, right? So it's a totally normative judgment, but it's guided by these principles. So why is it different? Why should or shouldn't it be different? How would it be different? I think those are kind of academic points. And the answer is it's a normative judgment guided by criminal justice principles.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And I to me, I think powerful people in this country and in societies need to be deterred and need to be held to account. And I'm very concerned with the kind of flippant power that someone can sort of just lazily wield against individuals, and for us, just by virtue of them being big or whatever, never holding them to justice in the same way that we would hold someone who really this is all they were doing in their day. And so I think it's an incredibly important normative value for us to make sure people feel as though the most powerful are being deterred from these crimes. And so,
but I don't think though the way of us trying, what it sounds like, and I don't think you mean this, Pisco, but what it sounds like is, when you say that, I get nervous because it almost sounds like, hey, we need to make the public feel good by punishing these people, even though just because sheer part of the fact that they're a celebrity and the public image is that celebrities get away with crimes, that we ought to punish them exponentially more harsher than the average citizen so that the public feels good. But I don't feel that that's true justice.
But that is one of the purposes of having discretion in prosecutors. Prosecutors have unlimited resources to go after every single crime in the world. Sure. And they go after crimes not always because they're the most famous ones, but ones where they're serving public interest. And so if you have a particular community in which there's been this huge...
I don't disagree with you, Pisco, on the initial charging. It's the afterthought, right? It's the sentencing. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm saying is that...
Well, I think deterrence...
Well, just really quick. I want to just kind of reiterate that I think that I would agree that as is in society, we do not punish celebrities in general. We do not punish them as like the rich, the powerful get away with a lot of shit, and they shouldn't. My, for me, morally, what I think should happen is that both these cases should be punished the same. That they should be hit the same way and receive the same punishment. The rich person should not be able to get away with it just because it was easier for them, but neither should they be like over punished simply because they're rich.
Well,
they're not getting away with it because they're just because they're famous. They're getting away from it just because of like how the criminal justice system works and how it interacts with capitalism. Correct?
Well,
that's in touch with one another.
The thing about it though is
how it interacts with the facts of any given case. I mean, I see your desire to have equal outcomes, Wigan, and indeed, the criminal justice system on its best day, and ideally, is an enterprise aimed at providing those outcomes. But the fact of the matter is, no criminal case, however simple, can ever be boiled down to a mathematic proof that will guarantee the same outcome time after time.
I'm not asking that judges' discretion be taken away.
These are normative judgments that we're making as to culpability and the ends of the justice system.
And the thing is too, is like I said, is that, I'm completely in favor, obviously, if you can't tell, of how it works right now. And I think a lot of the times, and me and Pisco have had these conversations multiple times, is that I feel like our justice system gets oversimplified when it's a really complicated beast. And I think that when we look at the facts of first of all, you could have two cases be in two different states and have two different outcomes. You could have two cases in two different districts, but within the same state, and two same ones in two different districts in the same state and have different outcomes, mainly because of the fact of, like I said, those ranges. You have different judges who are being elected in some cases. You also have, like I said, the aggravating factors, the mitigating factors. You have all these other things that go into sentencing that it's not real easy to kind of narrow it into a finite number. And so when we see, and then the other thing you have to consider too is that what are these celebrities being charged with? In the case of, like, say, a fraud, or let's say it's like larceny, let's say they steal like a $10 lollipop, okay? Again,
$10 lollipop.
I don't know what $10 lollipop is, but you get what I'm saying here. You know what I mean? It's like
that's what they're calling it these days.
Yeah, I know. There's just like a lot of the times I see the celebrities being charged is usually kind of minor crimes. For example, like I go back to the Trump thing. Trump is being charged with Congress wants to charge him with common law fraud. It's a misdemeanor. We can talk about whether or not they need to be, but what would end up happening is if Trump were to get charged with common law fraud, he probably, because of the fact it's a misdemeanor, be sentenced at most to a fine or probably sentenced to like a day in jail. And what would end up happening is you'd see this mass outrage going, oh, he's a celebrity, he's a president, he got special treatment. It's like, no, it's because it's common law fraud. It's like it's something small. And so this is the problem when we tend to make this simplification of a criminal justice system that's incredibly complex. So,
folks, I have to go rest, but this has been a really fascinating discussion. Prime, I just want to make sure people know that I love you. I love this space, and I agree with you that I find problems in making this really formal and in punishing people just because they're rich or just because they're powerful. I think we should punish people if that power has an effect or we have a reason to think that that power and influence either exacerbated the crime, helped achieve the crime's ends, or in some other ways there was like a position of trust that was abused in the process of this crime. And so I think that there ought to be a nexus when you're sentencing someone based on their position of authority or position of privilege with the misconduct at issue. But thanks so much for having me, man.
I agree. We shouldn't punish the rich just for being rich, unless we're doing it through the tax code. That's what I'm in favor of.
Fair enough.
Have a good one, buddy.
Much love, everyone. Great job.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Nice.
The Professor Meat's gone, so we could go back to the original topic. Shout out to Professor Meat.
Savage.
Yeah, see you, mate.
But we could talk about is Jessie the victim. We didn't. We got derailed really quickly. Sorry. I couldn't focus on anything else but that. I'm sorry. I get like that sometimes. All right. Before I continue, then Ranch Commander and Doghouse, you guys didn't give your opinions on like the at least I don't think you did on the sentencing itself. What do you think was deserved? All that good stuff. Like, what do you think about the case? So which one do you want to go first?
I'll go first. I hadn't paid much attention to the case from day one to day, the end of trial. There's a bunch of recent cases I've done. I didn't do that with the Jussie Smollett one. I don't know the range for this. I think that based on I did listen to the sentencing hearing, and what the judge laid out, I thought was very valid. And I thought that the time was appropriate, and I think that Jussie's actions at the very end of it all kind of fit exactly what the judge was saying. It's up for debate. I think that it seemed a little self-interest, but that's just me. It seemed a little theatrical. I don't know if he was really trying to take a stand. I can't judge his character real well. It just felt to me like it was kind of self-interested, like the cameras are on him. I think that the time was fine. I think 180 days is appropriate.
150.
150, my bad, 150. And the fine and 30 months of felony probation. I think actually the judge was lenient in some regards. He's letting him basically not stay within the state of Illinois. He can go wherever he wants, basically. So I think all things considered, for a felony, he kind of got off kind of clean, considering what he was facing. So
I have thoughts on that, but Ranch Commander, please go ahead.
So more punishment, basically, is what you're saying. More punishment for it.
Well, it could have been worse.
It could have been worse, is what I'm saying. I think it was fine. I think what he was given, I think considering the fact that I mean, you could talk about the ramifications of the impact that he had and how divisive it was. Do I think that, from what I heard with the Jussie Smollett thing, everybody was kind of in agreement on there. It didn't seem like there was real societal harm per se, more than just his image being tarnished. So I think 150 days, he's going to have the felony on his record now. Not like it's going to matter. He's in the entertainment industry. I don't think they really give a crap about the felony. But and again, he's able to go where he wants to go. So I think it's fine. I don't think he should have been given more. I think a year at most would have been fine. So anything less I'd have been okay with.
Okay.
I think from the get-go, I was curious as to why this was charged as a felony case to begin with. Again, this was Cook County, Illinois. It's a different jurisdiction from the one that I'm in. So I don't know what their customs are in terms of what they charge and don't charge and how and why, right? As to the sentencing itself, I wonder what his defense team was doing or not doing to present the mitigation to try and avoid the 150-day sentence for their client. I wonder if they had done that in advance and that was the outcome that they did. So I don't know how procedurally they got here. I didn't see that in the clip. That's not to say that it didn't happen, though. I wonder if Smollett, if this is his first offense. I'm surprised that the judge gave him jail time. I understand the fame factor that increases perhaps the culpability, but this is, as far as I know, I could be wrong. This is a guy who has no felony history, and the ethos, the policy reason behind why this was, this offense is codified is to protect against the waste of emergency resources. So really, does 150 days normatively to me, does 150 days really fit that public policy goal? I would say maybe not.
So you think
why not just test him with a deferred jail sentence? Is it enough that a judge put him on blast in public and said, you, Mr. Smollett, are wrong. You did something wrong. And now we're going to test you to make sure that you can shape up and fly right on probation. I don't know. People may disagree with me.
Yeah.
What what was the last thing? I think Smollett should have. His statements were just kind of outlandish. I thought they were kind of weird. Perhaps he shouldn't have done that.
Whose statements? The judges or Smollett's?
Smollett.
You're referring to the "I'm not suicidal" kind of thing he was doing.
Yeah.
So the reason, like, I would disagree with you on the fact that I think that a mere finger wag by the judge and maybe a deferred sentence, I just don't think that'd be enough. You mentioned that some of the ways we deal with these things, deterrence was one of the factors in play. And I think that sentencing him to something that, again, is less than half a year in prison, let's be very clear, and it's in what, county jail or county prison? It's probably not,
County jail.
you know, probably not a really harsh maximum security facility and things like that.
Oh, but he's gonna be put in probably segregation. I don't think he's gonna be
You
put in
think?
general pop. I don't think he's gonna be put in general
I
population.
don't think he could.
Um,
Which is even more that might explain the suicide line a little bit more. but-
Maybe.
It probably does.
No.
He fears incarceration. Everybody does.
Yeah.
And county lockup is, well, county lockup.
I think it was because he was afraid that someone would do something to him rather than like the isolation. Like I thought that was, I mean, maybe I'm mistaking something. But I thought that was pretty obvious.
That's what I assumed.
There might
too,
be
but-
there might be
That's
two
what I
factors.
assumed too.
It might
I
be the-
assumed that it was
might be the-
he's got a
I
target
think-
on his back. Yeah.
like
There might be
he
the
was
crime
pulling
he committed as well,
pulling an
too.
Epstein where he was afraid that he was going to be someone was going to make it look like a suicide.
Yeah.
And so he
But
wanted to make
he's
people know.
nowhere near on the level of Epstein. The Epstein had like the eyes of all these
Yeah.
powerful people in the Black Book and all this, but who's
But this
You
Smollett
don't have
compared
to
to
be.
him?
You don't have to be for
Yeah.
something to happen to you.
Yeah, you could just be the guy. I was the guy that beat the shit out of Jussie Smollett.
Yeah.
Like there's
I
plenty
think
of
it was one of
reason
two factors. I'm gonna be
I meant
honest
like
with
in
you.
isolation.
To be fair, I think that it was either his just he was upset at maybe the sentence. Maybe he was expecting to go into this getting probation, and when he didn't, he got angry, and that was kind of his outburst. It could have also been that was maybe self-interest. I'd be more inclined to think it's a very tense environment when you're looking at people being sentenced. It's a very, very tense period of time. You watch people who've been sentenced, they've got like this very focused tunnel vision, and you've seen some crazy shit when people get sentenced where they'll snap. And this goes for anybody and everybody. I mean, when you get sentenced, your legal team's probably propping you up going, oh, we're going to get you probation, don't worry about it. And especially that legal team, from what it sounds like, was very much in the palms of Jussie Smollett, and they were probably bending down at every whim saying, oh yeah. And so it wouldn't surprise me if maybe he was going in there thinking I'm getting probation, and when the judge slapped down a 6-month sentence, he was like pissed, so it could have just been an outburst maybe.
His isolation.
and also I wonder if procedurally his defense team could have gotten him, an additional hearing to present more mitigation to try and demonstrate, why he shouldn't get a county jail time. I wonder if that would have been available to him procedurally, and maybe that's not really the point of what we're talking about, but something that I was curious about.
Yeah.
Is he able to appeal the sentence, or is it just like over from now?
They mentioned he could appeal, right? In the video we watched.
Yeah, he was convicted after trial, so he'll have the right to direct appeal.
But I don't know how long that's going to take. By the time it probably goes through and everything, I'm sure that he'll probably he'll be out by then.
or halfway through the sentence if he's lucky.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think also that segregating him from General Pop might also end up playing into a factor of his own self. If he actually did pretend to hang himself, perhaps the state's going to look at that he does have some self-harm tendencies, and that may be another reason as to why he may be placed in isolation on top of like his celebrity status.
I mean, he's saying like the point of that was that he's not suicidal. Why would he? I mean, like I don't know. Like who knows what's going through his head? But like, why would he pretend?
Yeah.
Why would he actually try to harm himself? Then saying what he's trying to say is that I want to live through this, and if something does happen to me, it's not because I did it to myself.
Right. I'm talking about the act of what he did when he went to the police. I think it was that he did have he did have ligature marks on his neck when he went into the police. That might be a factor that they take into account.
Well, I mean, that was for the purpose of the crime, though.
Right. No, I'm saying that if he is there are multiple reasons why. If he's saying he's against going into isolation, being away from general population, there are multiple reasons why the state has a justification for putting him in isolation. So maybe that's what he's worried or afraid of. And there are multiple reasons why, as far as like if he is more prone to self-harm because of the act that he did commit and we do find him guilty of, on top of his celebrity just for his own general safety and the function of the county jail itself, right? Because again, somebody just wants to beat the shit out of a celebrity. That's not something you want to have on your day-to-day going through the block. Like, there are multiple factors why he may actually be placed in an isolated or a segregated population that he may be against, or may even feel like they're doing this to me so they can set me up to kill myself. Again, these are all possibilities. I don't know how realistic. The parts of which I had just said seem realistic from the state's point of view. Him being worried about that seems like a little hyperbolic.
Now, keep in mind, there is actually a really interesting thing, too. When we think about celebrities, and we're getting, I hope not to get too far off topic on this, celebrities in the federal system get treated a little bit nicer than normal people. This is something I will agree with. If you look at like Lori Loughlin, for example, I think, or some other famous celebrities, they get sent to these camps. Now, again, you can look at the crimes and things that they're committing, but they usually go to these camps and federal penitentiaries that I've heard. I've worked in state prisons, not federal prisons, but I've heard of some federal penitentiaries that have like literal tennis courts and a whole bunch of other shit. And that's where they get.
They say it's summer camp.
It's
basically.
I think there we get into the difference between the federal BOP and state DOCs.
Yeah.
And those are two differently funded and resourced things.
And for reasons too. Like it's not like it's completely unfounded, but now you need to start questioning your value system if you're.
It's just the rich people's jail, and God, you can get away with so much with money.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like that's a problem. And I never really said how I feel about this. I think
so. We should punish the rich more harshly. Is that what you're saying, Prime? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I feel that Jussie Smollett is guilty of this crime, as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell, he's guilty, and Jussie Smollett should absolutely not have done that. I think what he did was disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And I think. And the judge brought this up, like it makes it harder for people to report like their own crimes and like be believed, right? Because people will use this like, well, this is an example of like, how Black people make these things up. That racism isn't actually really a thing, right? You're doing it for attention or whatever, right? But I feel like the vitriol against this guy has just been completely out of whack. That I think the right wing has used this as a scapegoat, and an easy way to point out the BLM, right? And say like what these people are saying means nothing, right? That this is not something that you should be paying attention to. That this is another a point of crying wolf, right? But then they're like the way the right has gone after this one guy, and made him give him such an infamous status. It's like it goes beyond what the general public did, right? The general public went at this guy, but when he disappeared from the news, then he disappeared from their minds,
question, Prime.
Oh, let me
sorry, go ahead.
And I do want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, for sure.
He disappeared from their minds, but in conservative circles, this guy lived on, and it was conservatives who would bring him up on these panels, right? Every so often it would come out of nowhere, Jessie, oh yeah, that's right, that's it. I literally forgot who the guy was. I had to look it up. Oh yeah, it's that guy. Yeah, that's right, right? But in other circles, it became a big fucking deal. And it's weird that a person who faked a racism gets harsher sentencing than people who do racism, right? And the vitriol, like again, the Central Park jogger, perfect example. That woman wasn't even charged. She wasn't charged. And she called in a fucking execution. I will never let that go. Like, she used her white woman tears to call in the power of the state against that black man, knowing what would happen. And it's not like we're in a climate where, I guess white people don't understand, like, race relations, right? We are in a climate where we have videos of exactly that happen. She knew what she was fucking doing. And she wasn't charged, right? She actually did a racism. Where was it? Where was this? Where was the vitriol from the right? I don't remember hearing that. I don't remember hearing Fox News like do specials on her. It wasn't a thing.
Well,
so like, I think that like there is a double standard, a vicious double standard, that's going on with him, and it's not just such a park situation, right? But like there's a vicious double standard going on with this guy, and there's people feeling so vindicated about like him, like we've slayed the dragon here. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like there are a lot of other people who deserve much more and who don't ever get it. But
Prime, the answer to that isn't, oh, well, let's just punish this Jussie Smollett less. The answer to that is let's punish these people who are doing the racisms more.
That's why
as they deserve to be. Yeah, but like you're saying that you don't understand like why like we're acting like we've slain a dragon in here. Now, when it comes to why the right wing made this such a big deal, obviously they were going to do that because it's a clear example to the narrative they're trying to push on people. And it's something that they say, oh, look, this actually happened. This is something that's been proven in a court of law to have happened. And then they try to use that and extrapolate. So if that one happened and was proved, there must be so many more that has happened that we haven't seen. And they do this kind of trick like that. So go on.
I want to make a quick correction, Prime. I had to look this up just to see. I do have on here that lady, she was actually charged with third degree falsely reporting or something like that. But they dropped the charges after she completed racial equality training or something like that.
Thank you for that. It was like, I remember. Thank you for that.
And he's still alive.
That's right.
So
he did get and then she like this like racial sensitivity training. What is that bullshit? Like she gets to do that, and I'm not even sure. Did she even complete? Well, maybe she did. But like.
But it's important. It's important to note. It's important again when we talk about the criminal justice system. We have to talk about it in the very finite details. She was charged with a misdemeanor. Jussie Smollett was charged with a felony. They're two different charges. And I also want to mention to you, Prime, when you were talking about the right and how the right has kind of carried this initiative. Let me ask you something. Do you think that even though that may not have been a direct harm, it is an indirect societal harm of Jussie Smollett's actions that this has now caused a bigger divide? Now, we can talk about whether or not that should be handled at a higher, if he should be having to carry that burden, but because of his actions, it has led to this, and you can't deny that.
No.
I don't know about that. I think it's a wider I think it's a wider cultural or sociological phenomenon that people just attach themselves to causes. This case is, I don't want to take away from the fact that it's outrageous that, two different people are seemingly having different outcomes, although there are jurisdictional and charging decisions behind why they did. But think of any case through the decades. Think of, think of Rittenhouse. Think of McVeigh. Think of, we go all the way back to what? Sacco and Vanzetti, right? I think people attach themselves to causes, they identify with a cause, and it becomes a wider sociological phenomenon. The problem is compounded by a 24-hour news cycle. It's
breaking news cycle.
It's culturally pernicious. I don't know what else I can say.
So, Prime, can I just get a quick clarification? What was the double standard that you were trying to outline again?
Just before I go on my point. Sure. The double standard is how we treat actual racism versus pretend racism. We have plenty of examples of like actual racial injustices taking place in this country, and we seem to let those go, right? Like Central Park was just the one. We've got a whole list. We can go down there, right? And the difference in reaction, so there's the judicial reaction, but there's also the public reaction, right? To these things, and I think they are like the consternation over Jessie lying to the police right here, and not actually hurting anyone or causing anyone to be hurt, right? Like he did it as a negotiation tactic to get more money for his career, right? To raise his profile, but like he actually didn't hurt anyone.
Do you actually think it was any kind of an attack? Sorry, I was questioning, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to ask you a question, but please continue.
Oh yeah, he didn't actually hurt anyone or intend to get anyone hurt, right? Not like that crazy woman in the Central Park jogger. I was going to use harsher terms, but that Central Park jogger who was calling in an execution. So yeah.
Yeah, but
so hold on, because he was going to ask me a question.
Prime.
I'm just going to say something first.
Okay, let me ask.
No problem.
Oh no, I lost my train of thought. Just go, Brent.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Do you not see her attack against him as his attack against another? Because both of them are accusing others of false attacks.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Jussie Smollett accused someone of a false attack, and so did the woman in the park. So they did the same thing.
Who did he accuse?
He accused MAGA people. He accused Republicans and Trump supporters.
He didn't accuse a person, right? He said
he accused them because he identified them as wearing their political affiliation, the MAGA hat.
This is not the same as what happened in the park, right? There's not those two aren't the same, right? Like she accused a specific individual. Hold on, how was it? Who are the police going to arrest? There was nobody that existed.
It's an accusation of a false attack to make yourself a false victim to gain an advantage over people who you are now guilty of attacking you.
In the basis sense, yes, like they're both false accusations, but obviously when you say, hey, this guy, right, this black man in the park, he is attacking me, then we're talking about that guy, and that's who the police are going to go after. There was no actual perpetrators, right? There was no victims for Jessie, no actual person, right? Like it's a problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but again, I preface this that that was wrong. He should be punished for that, without a doubt. But
I acknowledge that that was against a person, and I guess I feel like Jussie Smollett, I feel like his attack was sort of like against a group of people. It was intended against a large number of people.
I get what you're saying. So
but no one would have been arrested.
It makes it a completely different case in that sense, right?
But that also doesn't explain why Fox News really
if the police had arrested someone, and like who apparently wears a MAGA hat, right? And he pointed to them and said, like, that's the guy who did it to me, then I'd be with you 100%. But he just said MAGA people.
He said that before anyone was arrested. That was his first statement.
Sorry, what's it?
His first statement was that people wearing these hats who do this and think this did this to me.
Yeah, so it's an attack on a group by a
political affiliation. And didn't he go on ABC?
It's like if he said two trans people attacked him.
Yeah, if a white person said some black unidentified black people attacked me, that's bad too. Like that's like similar thing that happened, right?
If someone made up an attack and they said, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with that. Like if some white person said some unidentified black youth, right, attacked me, and that didn't happen, that's a big problem. I'm just differentiating that from a direct target.
I think the other thing too about this. I was gonna say real quick. I think the other thing too to mention about the Jussie Smollett thing too is that he didn't just call the police and then let the situation die down. He doubled down and tripled down. Matter of fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he went on and had an interview with ABC at one point and actually did a public interview about this incident. So again, I think that also
Yeah.
has to play into a little bit of a factor here, is that it wasn't just an incident that happened. The police came and he just kind of swept under a rug and didn't say anything. He doubled down, and I'm sure there's some other interview out there. I can't verify if there has. I'm sure there is another one out there, but I do remember the
Isn't he
ABC
still
one.
denying it
Point of
as well now?
curiosity.
And he's
I
still
think he
denying.
is.
Yeah, he's
He's
still denying
denying
it.
it. Yeah,
Point
Well,
of
he's
he's
still
still
doubling
curiosity.
down.
Can I
he's
ask you a question,
still
Chris?
he's still
Do you
confessing
think
his
that
innocence. I don't know. If that's
Yeah.
the same
I guess.
thing.
Can I just? I'll sum this up.
Well,
They're
denying his
both
guilt,
guilty.
confessing his-
They're both guilty of making themselves victims and trying to make other people guilty for nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm
But there's
saying
a big
that
difference.
the
Actually,
difference we treat them
But
is
But
huge.
there is a big difference between Jussie Smollett and the New York Jogger case. Now we can talk about the sincerity of this. The New York Jogger case, the woman, whether or not she's being sincere, she's actually has gone through the actual the
She
therapy
wasn't
and stuff.
sincere.
And
She wasn't sincere.
I'm just
No,
but
you can
but
listen to her public statements. She wasn't sincere afterwards.
Prime.
She absolutely wasn't.
Prime, let me just finish for just a second, okay? We can talk about whether or not she's being sincere or not. Okay?
I am.
From some of the statements that I had seen, at least from what that little article was from CNN, it seemed like she was showing some kind of remorse in that article. There may be some other ones, that's fine. But what I'm getting at is Jussie Smollett, though, has not apologized for this incident. He's doubling down and tripling down. So there is a difference between these two in that
Cooper
regard.
still believes she had no choice to call the cops on the birdwatcher, right? Whom she claimed threatened her dog and her and her dog, and she didn't comply with his request to put him on animal leash. Like I googled her name, just Amy Cooper, and literally the first article. She still believes she was unapologetic.
But she also made a public apology.
Was that before or after the therapy?
The public apology, I believe, right here is after her therapy. I reacted emotionally and made false assumptions about his intentions, when in fact, I was the one who was acting inappropriately by not having my dog on a leash.
And did she have to? Was she
Court ordered?
Yeah, was it court ordered?
Was she ordered that she make a public apology? I don't believe so.
I believe. I'm not going to.
I've never heard of a court ordered public apology.
But again, whether or not she did or didn't, you have.
Yes, you can do that. You could definitely. Do that.
Even if she isn't being sincere, the fact is, at least she did something. Jussie Smollett, again, though, is doubling down and tripling down, saying he didn't do it, and that when he was
professing his innocence.
So when you
professing his innocence.
Prime, can I ask you? Because it wasn't clear to me, and maybe I just missed it. That's possible. So you did mention that Jussie Smollett you feel should be punished. Do you feel the punishment he received fits the crime? Are you satisfied with it, or would you have liked it to be less? Or more?
I don't know if he necessarily. I'm torn on the jail sentence. I think everything else is makes sense. But I could go either way. For that jail sentence, I could be fine with it. I can be fine with this, right? Okay. My problem more
if he has
is
no priors, no jail.
Yeah. Look at that. And well, no, actually, I don't, because I don't like that standard. That just because you have no priors, right? Like if the harm that you've done is great enough, then like, sure, I think maybe you should need to go to jail. I don't know if the harm that he did was great enough. That's the part that I'm bouncing back and forth. But the fact that he did, it was his first offense, doesn't necessarily sway me as to whether or not he should get jail. Like I'm judging on the crime.
Although, of course, this speaks to my ignorance of Illinois sentencing law. I don't know if that's a mandatory term of probation. If it is, then he's just stuck with it. But anyway, I should add that caveat.
Okay. So I would argue, Prime, that that Jussie Smollett did a lot of harm here, in what he did, because it became so publicized, because it became like a cause celebrity amongst the right wing. That they have used this, whether he intended this to happen or not, they have used this in such a way that has set back people believing these things a large amount. Because now every time it comes up, people are going to be like, well, what about that? This is just another Smollett incident. This is just another Smollett thing. And it's going to have weight that it would not have otherwise Had Smollett not did
But
what he did.
comparing it to but see,
people
what
use
I don't like
emergency
about that-
services all the time. That's what they're there for.
Can I say something to
What
Wick?
hold on. What I don't like about that, is that it actually lets white people off the hook, right? It lets that white woman who called it an execution against a black man, it lets her off the hook because the right wing would never do that for her case. Like they didn't do it because they don't give a shit, right?
You
So
keep
like
using this word
faux-
execution. I'm
yeah,
confused.
she called in an execution. I don't know why how I can make that clear for you, right? White women have been doing that literally for decades, literally since during slavery they used that. This black man raped me. This black man touched me. Literally, Emmett Till was killed. He was hung. He had he was lynched, right? He was lynched because a white woman falsely
Made a false accusation.
yeah,
I
made a false
understand.
accusation against him. So she knew, like she knows,
She
Amy
knew?
Cooper.
She knew
Holy
that if she called the police, they would gun this man down. They would.
We live in a society, again, like I already said before, we live in a society where we have video cameras. Video cameras have been showing us that the police use lethal force against African Americans when they come in. The police use, if not lethal force, then they'll use extreme force against African Americans. So, yes,
Just
she
quickly, what
did
was
know
the
what the
case?
fuck she was doing. She did call an execution. That's exactly how white tears, the fucking, what was it? That massacre in I always forget the name. Black Wall Street, Tulsa massacre, right?
Yeah,
that was another race riot caused by a white woman saying a black man, like, and then there was a riot that killed hundreds. Hundreds
So
were
we
murdered.
made no
Brad,
progress
if I may add,
whatsoever.
No, we.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Hold on. No, sorry. Wait. Sorry. Hold on. No, we haven't. We actually, I can tell you how many videos.
There's still a lot of race riots going on. There's still a lot of race riots
not
going on
this
where
summer.
police are slaughtering
Not
black
summer.
people.
Oh my
Brian.
god, dude! Seriously, this is your standard?
Oh,
This is
God.
your standard?
Like-
This is
No, this is your fucking
No,
standard.
don't die
holy
on this
shit!
hill,
I brought
Red.
up as a fucking example
Don't die.
in the past.
It's a
Hold on. Oh
conversation,
my god!
okay?
Stop! No, we're doing this. We're fucking doing
Let's
this.
do it.
No. Holy shit. Are you serious? Yes. When black men are still being executed in the streets by police for no fucking reason, right? For literally complying. For complying with police commands
Yes,
and
and
being
it's a fucking
executed.
problem.
No,
But you're
apparently it's
sitting
not a
here and
fucking problem
saying-
because I'm telling you that, right?
So
and then you're like,
you're
well, it's
sitting here
not a
and
race
telling me that
riot.
she
I just gave you an
intentionally
example
called
of
an
white tears.
execution
Yes, she
squad,
called it an
as opposed
execution. I don't know how
of
police
her
have to
in
say
fear
so.
because
I
she
don't
doesn't
know-
deal with
I don't-
social situations
she,
correctly.
She
That's
said
what you're
this
telling me.
man is attacking me. She screamed into the phone. She said, I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. What kind of response is that? What kind of mindset do the police come in to that situation with? What kind of mindset do they approach the situation if they actually show up? They didn't actually show up at that point in time.
I think
right?
you can. Okay, wait. Based
no,
on
no,
based
no,
on
no,
that.
Doc,
The
no,
answer is they
no,
treat it
excuse
like
me.
a hot call.
Excuse me. So, what kind of mindset, if the police actually did show up in time, would the police come in with, right? This is a dangerous situation. A woman's being attacked, right? Guns are going to be drawn immediately. Like
Were they drawn in this case?
They weren't. I just look. Are you listening to me? The police didn't show up. The police didn't show up. They it was like 2 hours later or something. They finally managed to go by, right? But that's like immaterial as to what she did. So if they do show up, right, guns drawn at this man, what if they pull the trigger? We've seen them execute a 12-year-old for playing in the park with a toy gun.
In 1 second, in which
yes,
they pull
exactly.
up and don't even take the time to look at the scene. Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
This is a fucking problem.
Which is a
But to sit here
possibility. Yes.
like-
She called it an execution.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say she fucking called in an execution. But let's not act like when she was raising her voice, saying and acting and pretending like she was in a life or death situation.
Oh yeah, no, way out of fucking.
Like, let's not say it.
Absolutely
Like, come on. And we already know the fucking standards when cops get called on black people anyway. Like, people like he's not wrong, but I'm not gonna fucking call it an execution.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
I'm
my
calling
problem.
it. It's
I
a.
just have
It's
an
a.
issue with an.
No, it's
Like,
a.
he's
It's a
not-
fucking.
he's
Hold on,
not
no, no,
wrong.
no.
Like,
It's a
gauge her
fucking
intent.
It's a fucking execution because she knows that the state, right? The state will be on her side. And the state comes in an armed response. She's bringing in people with guns, right? Not people who are there to de-escalate the situation. People with lethal weaponry. She brings them in and saying, I'm being attacked by this individual, right? I need a response, an armed response. How does that not sound like calling in an execution, right? Just like white women have been doing for fucking centuries.
Can I put my voice in for a second? Can I say something? I think what you're saying is that that's what she did, and he's saying, maybe I'm assuming. Are you saying that's not what she intended? Prime, you're saying that's what it is.
Look, she strikes me as a person that does not handle social interactions nor corrections well at the time. So, in those cases, such as if you deal with people that are homeless and have mental issues and you call the police, your original intent is not to have a fucking execution squad come out here.
Excuse me? That's fucking insulting.
I didn't say that he was. I said, as a person, using an example of if you are a regular person who does not deal with homeless and people that have some mental disorders and you call the police, you do not intend for them to come out and execute them. She strikes me as the type of person that doesn't interact with a lot of people, so she calls the police because she feels unsafe because she's fucking wrong.
Yeah, she has. No, I'm sorry. This is exactly what white people have done for literally years, for centuries, right? They're like, well, the racism, right? The history of racism doesn't actually exist. It doesn't interact with the present, right? This woman, like, even though we see examples throughout centuries of exactly this behavior, no, this is an individual woman who doesn't really understand. Oh, she must have trouble dealing with social situations, right? She's not using her white privilege, right? That there, white privilege. In case she didn't know what it was, it's exactly that. She didn't know she had white privilege. No, she just individually, for some reason, she thought in this situation with a black man, right, that screaming into the telephone might get some sort of response here, but like obviously that has nothing to do with anything else, right? No, I guess she's socially awkward. That must be the response. Like, it's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable.
Okay, I want to make one big comment here. Based on the evidence I've seen and what you're implying with the guns thing, well, all officers are armed, so anytime a police officer shows up for anything, it's naturally, I'm assuming, going to be an execution. First off, that's the rationale goes into it. But real quick, the thing is too, is I think the most that you can argue with here is that she presented a very dangerous situation to the other person by bringing a police officer there. I think that's the furthest you can take that. I don't think there's any evidence that you can show, at least from what she said, that she intended for the cops to come and then thus execute him. Right. I don't think I think that's quite a leap. I think that the most that you could say based on there, and the reason why I say this is because she did say that he was assaulting her, I think is one of the transcripts I looked up very quickly. Based on that, it would present a dangerous situation to that individual because the police would come with that in their mind. But it doesn't, I don't think you can make the leap in saying that she intended for them to come and thus execute. I think that's a tad bit of a leap. I think the most you can say is that she presented a dangerous situation, whether directly or indirectly. That's again.
Okay, yeah, but regardless of intent here, what she did was she brought armed officers into a situation which
officers are armed regardless.
So she brought armed people into the situation that were
armed people aren't just there for her; they're also there for the man.
That doesn't matter.
We're not talking about anything like that. We're not talking about any other situation. We're talking about a single individual, specific situation in which she lied. She lied and misrepresented what was going on. I wouldn't call it an execution squad either, but it's not good. It's fucking not good at all, and it does a lot of harm. And the potential harm that could have happened was, as Prime said, that this man lost his life because she lied. That it was a definite possibility that could have happened.
Just quickly, what was the lie that was said? That she was an immediate danger.
The article in the VC chat and the videos in the article as well. But I don't look. This
are we still on this? Because I had another question.
I think this video is from Mr. Coogler as well.
I'm literally just trying to derail shit.
her.
Redhead got 2 dogs, and that's adorable.
Thank you.
Look at that little motherfucker sleeping on the pillow right now. Oh, look at dude.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I don't want to. I actually don't want to distract from this. I'm actually trying to.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
I
I don't understand the idea of like calling it an execution. I do, and I'm very highly aware of the idea of how black men are fucking treated by the police. And examples
and what happens
like Emmett Till and his
what happens?
That's the reason why he is calling it like I said before.
No, yeah,
I wouldn't call it. That's the reason why he's calling it a fucking execution.
I have an issue.
Guaranteed, like if the cops would have came, that dude probably would have been fucking dead. Let's not act like that wouldn't be the fucking case.
No. I don't understand why you would
you ain't
to that.
Especially real to say.
Holy shit!
He's sitting here with the filming her. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand this.
Okay,
what difference does that make?
What doing anything?
Yes, he didn't attack her. Exactly.
Yes. So you
So
have
you don't
no
mean
real
anything.
justification. You have two people standing 50 yards, 25 yards of fucking
Does that
away
make
from
it?
each
Do
other,
the
and you
cops have
think
a
police are
justification?
rushing-
We can run down the list of
Hold
dead
on.
black men, right, and talk about the justification the cops have for pulling the trigger, and they didn't have any justification. We can do that if you want. We can go down the famous names, right, of dead black men,
Like, we got a
right,
long
and talk
list.
about
It's
that there is
luckily
no
not
justification.
one of those fucking
Well, it's
situations,
like you're shocked.
and
You're
it
like,
is probably
I understand.
because of what
I
the
understand. You pretend.
Okay.
You pretend. Hold on. You pretend.
guys.
Whoa.
Okay,
Okay.
bro.
So you
Alright.
pretend. Oh, excuse me. Don't quiet me down. So you pretend
Nobody can-
like you understand. You pretend like you understand like how black men have been treated in this country, right? But then you're like, well, but that wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. They wouldn't have any justification to pull the trigger. When literally that's what we're talking about. Literally that's what BLM is marching for, right? Literally that's what a civil rights movement talking about how the state brutalizes them for no reason, and you're shocked. You're shocked. Like how could you call that? How would that even be a possibility? I mean, clearly when the cops arrive, they'll use their rational brains, right? And they'll treat them fairly. Obviously, there's no danger here, right? So the cops will never shoot a black man who is posing no risk. They would never shoot a black man who's running away from them, right? That wouldn't happen in this world, right? Obviously.
So that's what you're pretending I'm doing right now?
Yeah, no, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks for being incredibly fucking patronizing and not listening to a word I fucking said.
Oh, wow. Oh, then everyone shut up and keep out of it. Redhead, go ahead. What did you say?
Oh, God.
Try it again.
I am saying, in some situations, there is no real justification. For an example like this, should the police show up, how he was standing, how he was acting, he is not a hostile threat. The example, and you're not really, I don't understand how you have the balls to sit here and say that it was an execution squad. That's the problem that I have.
I don't understand. I just, are you done? Maybe because you're saying I'm not listening. So I just listened, but I want to make sure you're done so that I can respond.
Sure. I think that's
so you're
fair.
saying once again, like I just said, because you're not listening, I just said that, hey, the police, like when they execute black men and we're really upset about that, it's because it didn't have any justification to begin with, right? So you're saying he's not hostile. I'm saying to the mind of a cop, a racist cop, or maybe not even necessarily racist, but like been trained to look at black men as as threats, right? Like that individual doesn't need that. Right? They come in to a situation thinking there's a threat. They think a black man is there. And so that threat is automatically confirmed. And then they pull the trigger. We've seen that again and again. This isn't a secret. Amy Cooper did not know about this, right? Like, this is all known to the public. So it doesn't matter. So, like, you bringing up, like, oh, they're standing far apart. What? That has nothing to do with anything. I wish it did.
That has everything to do with everything.
I wish it did.
Yes, no, you don't have to wish that it does. You work for a world in which it does fucking matter. You work towards legislation in which it does fucking matter.
What does that make a difference in that moment?
What are you fucking talking about? How we train our officers wouldn't make a difference in the moment in which they act?
Yes, in the moment. Hold on. How does that make a difference to Amy's crime? Because we live in the world that we live in. You're talking about changing the world. Yes, I want to change the world. That's a separate situation. Amy called in a crime, called in this false accusation.
She was being assaulted.
This world, with the standards that I just laid out, with the reality that I just laid out. I don't know, like, you're telling me we should work to another world, a better world. Yeah, I agree. But what the fuck does the difference that make for this crime that happened at that moment?
Because
I'm trying to, okay, what I'm trying to understand here is, and I'm trying to understand the logic. So, Prime, do you believe that anytime someone calls in an assault, regardless, we'll even throw race out of this entire thing, and we'll just say that an assault, because the police are an execution force. If someone calls in an assault, that person who called in that assault is hoping that someone comes in and executes that particular person.
Oh my God! Sorry, new guy Blair, we need you to mute yourself. Oh my God, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna serve mute you.
And your voice is also really soft as well.
Sorry.
Davies had a lot to say in the chat, so I'm actually quite interested to hear his take against.
Sorry, someone asked me a question first.
I did. I was just curious because you said that the police are the execution force, and that she intended this execution based on the fact that she called the police saying that he was assaulting her. So I'm using all of those key points. So does that mean that anybody that calls in an assault, domestic violence, either of those, is intending for the cops to come and execute the person who is quote unquote assaulting them or committing domestic violence against them?
No, she said, I'm going to tell them there's an African American man threatening my life. Not just, hold on, right? What did she say? She said, I'm going to say there's not just a man, a black man threatening my life. Why did she add that? Is that an awkward thing? That's the thing what socially awkward people say. She said, I'm going to tell them an African American man.
Okay, let's break this down. I think this is great. Yeah, let's break this down. Wait, so you think the fact that she had mentioned African American would prompt the police to come? But let me ask you this. Do you believe men are more violent than women? Just hear me out on this. Random tangent, because it's important. Because what I'm trying to get at here is, if you believe that the cops are going to come, that she called the cops to come and kill this man based on the word African American, I would argue then that in a domestic violence situation, if a woman is calling the cops on her abusive husband, that men who are statistically more violent than women would the woman be then calling the police to hopefully come and execute her?
Why add black?
Why say men in a domestic violence situation?
Why
because
add
men
black?
are more dangerous is why you would say men.
Why add black? For that reason. For what Brento just said, because
that's the answer to your question. Yes. Why you would add men? The answer is because men are more dangerous than women.
That's fine.
Are you saying that a woman? Okay. So listen, even if I give you that,
say it's also, you would only say it if it were the truth, if that were the case.
But that's what I'm saying though. If you're saying that she called the police hoping that they would execute this man, and she used the code word African American, what I'm saying is, then do you believe that a woman who calls the police on their husband?
I said no. I said no. I said no. I'm saying that this case gives us plenty of reasons to believe that there was racial animus as part of it. And the other thing I was going to say to you is that God damn it.
All right. So the contention is, what you're thinking is, the using that specific identifier would mean getting them executed. So I think what Prime is trying to say is, using the term black or African American is special in a way that isn't to men, even with the statistics, because of the context of current society in America.
And the other thing I was going to say is that she called it for two reasons, right? One, whether the police came or not, that's one thing, right? I think she was actually expecting an armed response, which is why, again, she called it an execution. However, the second reason why, right, because she told him she was going to do it before she did it, right? She threatened she was going to do it before she actually did it. And why did she do that? She did that to weaponize her whiteness, right there. She's weaponizing her whiteness and her perceived fragility. To gain an advantage of the situation, right? Like, I am white, I will be believed, and don't you dare cross me, or the consequences will be severe for you. I'm going to call on the state against you, right? And what no matter what they actually do when they show up, I am going to use that power against you. So comply with me and get the fuck out of my face. White people have been doing that for forever, since we've had racial relations based through a racial domination. White people have been doing exactly that. So yeah, go ahead.
I think the biggest problem that I'm hearing from Red and others is when you specifically say execution squad, that you're assuming that the police will immediately come in and, I guess, fire on and kill the black person.
No. It's not that I'm assuming that the police will do that. I'm saying that that's her.
That's her intent.
That's what she was assuming.
Yeah, that with her knowledge of contemporary race relations, probably historical, because she's not an idiot. She's actually quite an intelligent person, right? If you look in her background, right? That she absolutely knew what she was doing, right? She was drawing on a history of white women's tears being weaponized against black men. Yeah, she's making a threat.
I have absolutely zero contention with the idea of her wielding the power of the police over him. I have zero fucking problem with that. What I do
the contention
have
is saying
execution,
right? Yeah,
of course.
Because you're
and whether we
assuming
want to talk about
this.
Whether we want to talk about the horrors that we do experience in today's society,
it's in the VC chat, General Maxim.
Of this actually happening, yeah, this is something that I have a huge fucking issue with and do believe is an issue, right? Not contending with that. What I am contending with is this idea that all of a sudden her intentions and every person that calls the police.
I didn't say that. Don't put those over my mouth. I specifically did not. I specifically said the opposite.
You didn't specifically say.
I specifically said the opposite.
No, can I finish? And then you can tell me you said the opposite. You specifically said that her intentions were to sit there and call the police and have him executed.
Yes, and then also
that's the contention.
And then no. What you just said. Don't run back the tape. Run back the VOD. We have a VOD just now, right? You said, and everyone who calls in the police.
Sure. Yeah, I'll throw that part out. Yeah,
okay.
I don't care. I don't think that would end up being relevant towards the conversation you and I are having. I'm saying that the idea that she weaponized the police, yes, 100%. I have zero fucking contention with that. I don't think anybody that has a leg to stand on, I wouldn't believe them whatsoever. I do have a problem with the idea that this woman intended to have this man executed.
Yeah. I think that the important point here is to recognize and to get everyone to recognize in any situation, if you call in the police, there is a real threat that someone will die. And we tend to overlook that. We tend to not think of that. We tend to really kind of put that in the back of our minds. And when you lie to the police, when you use the police as a weapon, you may not intend for someone to die, but there's a very real possibility that someone will. I'm not saying it's likely, but there is a possibility.
She was charged.
That's why there's a point.
And then it was dropped.
That's why there's a point of like
through a plea deal. And she still had to attend some type of correction.
Yeah, she went to seminars. She went to seminars.
Whether we agree with the level of correction, I don't. Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. She went and that was literally my contention from the very beginning. Is that the way it's treated, like when a person who actually done a racism, versus a person who did a pretend racism.
So what should she have been charged with? Let's address that elephant in the room because we kind of dance around this. What should she have been charged with then? I think that's a great
murder,
question.
apparently.
Well, no, I think this is a great question.
Yeah, but but I don't know the.
How are you raising your hand, Doobie? What the fuck?
I don't know the I don't know the actual options available. So if I had a better understanding, I actually don't know the options available.
Because see, that's my thing, right? When we talk about the criminal justice system, and me and Pisco have talked about this numerous times, and I go back to my original point earlier, is that when we tend to weaponize the criminal justice system and make this super simple thing, right? Where we think the criminal justice system is such an easy black and white, boom, slap them with this charge. When in reality, it's super complicated because each each state's different, each jurisdiction's different, each case is different. That woman is probably, I don't know if she's been charged with anything, but that also plays into it. When I looked it up, the crime that she had committed was a Class A misdemeanor that could serve up to a year in jail, but that's also probably for people who have committed multiple crimes in the past, as we had talked about in the previous topic. And so when we talk about these cases, I think it's super important, and I pose this all the time. When someone's like, oh, well, she wasn't charged. Well, what should she have been charged with? Let's stop talking about what she was. What should she have been charged with?
I'm saying that, like, whatever charge she got, she was with should have actually stuck, right? That, like, at the very least, jail time. At the very least, jail time for what happened.
For what?
Oh my. Okay. All right. So Doobie's. All right. So look, I've already had this argument with Doobie. I know how this is gonna go. Right.
False report.
Doobie.
That's a huge fucking charge. You kidding me? Making a false report?
It's a misdemeanor, I believe.
It's a misdemeanor. Class A.
And then was the charges dropped? Were the charges dropped?
Through a negotiation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So moving on. Great. Exactly what I just said.
Let me ask you something.
No. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So Doobie's gonna come in here. I already know. We've done this before with you, Doobie. Hi, buddy. Love you. Do it again. Right? We need and he's gonna argue with me. He's gonna say, well, Chris Cooper. There's Chris Cooper and Amy Cooper, not related. Chris Cooper was being creepy towards him, right? And that for some reason, like, means that she should yell into the telephone to 911 that a black man is attacking her when a black man wasn't. Go ahead, Doobie, and like make this really annoying for me.
So first off, she didn't say he was attacking her.
Yeah,
right? I think no, she didn't. I knew that already.
She was in fear for her life.
But I just watched the video again just to make sure. She said that he like threatened her, right, and that he was threatening her and her dog. Right now, if you read his account of what was said, right, so he told her to put the dog on the leash. She says, "Hey, the dog needs his exercise. The dog runs are closed." He says, "Oh, you need to go to the other side of the drive." Blah blah. You can take him off your leash there. She says it's too dangerous, and he says, "Look, if you're gonna do what you want, I'm gonna do what I want, but you're not gonna like it." She says, "What's that?" And he starts calling her dog. She says he won't come to you, and then he says, "We'll see about that." And he pulls out dog treats and starts calling her dog over. And she starts screaming, "Don't touch my dog!" And then he turns on the camera. Right. So this is a woman alone in Central Park, where rapes happen all the fucking time. It's being confronted by this weird dude, right? Who just said to her, actually in Central Park, yes, who just said to her, "If you're gonna do what you're gonna do, I'm gonna do what I want, right? And you're not gonna like it." Which is a very threatening statement, I think, to the average person, but specifically to a woman alone in Central Park, absolutely, she could take that as a threat. It was meant as a threat, I think. Right. So she calls the police, says that she's in fear for her life, that this man is threatening her and her dog, which he did. Right. So, and I don't understand what, like, if she had just said, "Hey, there's a man here threatening my dog and me," right? Would that be okay? Is it because she said he's black? Like, is what you're saying now? Is what you're saying now that if a black man ever is accused of doing anything, when you call the police, you're not allowed to mention they're black in the description?
No, it's about the fact that
she also mentioned
because she also mentioned
I'm still speaking.
You're not speaking fucking correctly.
I'm still speaking. Please shut the fuck up. You had a long time to go through this. I'd like to get my statement. Calm the fuck down. Control your impulses. She also described what he was wearing, his bicycle helmet. Right, when she was talking to the police, right, and the reality is he was a black man that was threatening her and her dog. What's wrong with her bringing up that reality of what the fuck was going on in the situation? In fact, I think it's totally reasonable for her not only to be afraid, not only to feel threatened based on what he said, right, but to call the police during that interaction. That seems totally reasonable.
So,
and I think a lot of you guys are downplaying creepy fucking behavior you wouldn't accept from any other man because he's black.
So
right? You're playing different standards to this person than to any other man in this situation.
I'm not. So she apologized later for this. She admitted she was wrong. She admitted what she did was not okay.
Because she was losing her job and being slandered all over the fucking world.
The societal pressure.
Absolutely.
That's what it's designed to do.
The societal pressure caused her to lie in the apology, but she was being honest
When she was fired and being called a racist all over the fucking place. Yes.
I agree with Doobie. I don't think she believed any of that shit. I don't think she was actually apologetic at all. So I believe I'm with you in there. Was she being was the response right? It's of yelling into the phone, right, as she did, right, making it seem that her life was in danger at the time. Help, come quick, or whatever the fuck she said. I don't remember the exact words, right? So got me there. Like help, come quick. Was that at all warranted? Was what actually happened, right? This man standing away from her, right? Who didn't actually make a threat against. Oh, I disagree on the threat too, right? But anyway, who was standing away from her and just filming her. Was he a threat? Was he?
And trying to call her dog over to him.
Oh yeah! Oh, wow, amazing.
Yeah, well, what the fuck? Of course, it's a problem.
So call in an armed response for that. Yeah.
Call the cops for some dude.
Your life.
You're gonna
call the police, or would you call the police? If you were in fear for your life, would you tell the person that you were going to call the police, or would you call the police?
Yeah, I'd tell the person first while I'm calling the police, of course.
Oh, so you would tell the person?
I wouldn't do it in secret. No. If I'm actually in fear for my life, I'm not going to do it secretly.
So you wouldn't just like tell the person, "I'm going to call the police," and then
wait to see the response. I'm gonna call the police and tell them a black man's trying to fucking murder me.
Wait, hold on. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. This is the issue. You guys want so badly.
No.
You guys want so badly.
He's just memeing.
He said I'm in fear for my life.
Right here. Pay attention.
He's not even. This has been going on repeatedly during this conversation, right? If you guys are so going so far out of your way to be allies, you're lying about what fucking happened.
Hey, suck my balls. All right, frog boy. Pay attention. All right. Do you wait, if you are in fear for your life, do you wait to call for the police, or do you threaten the person?
People do different things when they have fear for their life. There's not a one-size answer. Like
I don't give a shit. I'm asking about frog boy there, Q-Ball. When I want your opinion, I'll fucking give it to you.
Like,
all right.
Yeah, I can. I don't know why this is difficult for you to understand. Maybe you just. I don't know. Maybe you're like dumb or something. But I can pull up tons of videos right now of people who feel threatened, who pull out their phone, scream, "I'm going to call the police. I'm calling the police," before they call the police. And lots of times, the person who's threatening them backs off because they don't want the police to be called. Right. So it could be something as simple as that. This is very. I don't know why you're pretending this is like outlandish.
So what she did was, in an attempt to manipulate him from her fucking wrongdoing.
What?
Right? An attempt to manipulate him from her fucking wrongdoing, as far as like not walking your dog on a leash. I don't want to take responsibility. Yes. With the threat of the police.
What the fuck are you talking about? He was trying to call her dog over to him. He was alone. He was alone with a fucking. I don't know what it is with you and like using homophobia or homophobic like a little jabs to try to like make a point. Okay, to imply that I have like a dick in my mouth or that I've cum in my ears, right? Like just calm down. If I did have cum in my ears, it'd be totally fine. Okay. Now what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you, right, is that you're so going so far out of your way to be an ally right now. You sound like a fucking idiot, because what you just told me is that this grown-ass man speaking to a woman in the park who's by her fucking self in a place where tons of rapes fucking happen, right, who just said to her, "Hey, if you're gonna do what you want, I'm gonna do what I want, and you're not gonna like it," and then he starts calling her fucking dog over to him, right, and then pulls out a treat when the dog doesn't come over immediately. Like, I think it's totally reasonable for any person, but especially a woman in that situation, to feel threatened. Like, what are you talking about?
Doobie, I'm gonna play devil's advocate for just a quick second. This is gonna be really bad, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. Do you believe that she could have been threatened to the point of actually defending herself by physically defending herself? Like by way of
I just watched this video. I'm sorry.
If all he was doing, if all he was doing,
this video.
Okay,
I know. Okay, cool.
If all he was doing was calling the dog over, even on the streets, I don't think it's reasonable to pull out a gun and shoot, dude. If he made some kind of like grab for her or whatever, yeah, but he wasn't.
Take the video off. Take that off, right? Yeah, take that off. It screws up my whole thing.
My bad, dog.
No problem. It's fine.
So what do you think the point of when he said, "Look, if you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, but you're not going to like it. What do you think the point of that "but you're not going to like it" statement was to do?
To scare her.
Yeah, do you think that could
That's
have
it.
added to the situation?
You're gonna do something, you don't know what it is, and you won't like it. That's a threat.
Whoa,
I think the biggest component of that is because you don't know what he's going to do, right? You don't know what he's capable of. All you have other facts for this woman in this case is that you are in the park with X circumstances. He's a guy, you're like some girl, whatever.
I don't even know why we bother to go this fucking
again,
far.
very,
Like,
very
we're indulging
minute.
in this idea.
I think
if
it's
you
a
are
very
in fear for your fucking life, you would exit the scene. The fact of the matter is
Not
that she is
necessarily.
not
I
in fear for her
disagree.
life,
No,
and
no,
utilize the police, the threat of the police,
Redhead.
over her.
This is a big, but I gotta hit on this real quick. I don't know if it would necessarily. I don't disagree necessarily with this,
Right,
but
yeah, of course.
self-defense laws in and of themselves, some states have a duty to retreat. Other states do not have a duty to retreat.
Well,
So
it's
you
not-
don't have.
I don't feel like we have to go to the legalese. Of
I know,
York
but what
says.
I know what you're saying is that practically she could technically walk away, but she doesn't have to walk away. And I think that's I'm just saying she doesn't have to walk away in that given situation. Would it be smart for her and probably wise? Probably she could, but she doesn't have to.
But
And
she
I don't know. I don't know how
believes-
New York is though with this.
So can I ask a
but
question?
she believes that she is in the right and
Can I
she
ask
has
a
done
question?
nothing wrong. Therefore, she's going to weaponize the threat of calling the police. I disagree with the idea that it's an execution squad, but I do not disagree with the idea that there's a threat of force in her justification that what she's doing is not wrong.
So I have a question for everyone.
I have an answer.
Oh, I hope you do. To what extent does feeling threatened justify acting on it? Say that she was just alone in the park and the man passed by her, and because of her previous trauma, she felt super threatened. Is she still justified in calling the police in that case, Doobie, for example?
No, but this was like a direct confrontation that he initiated, and she'd indicated repeatedly that she wasn't interested in this confrontation, and he kept pushing to the point where we started trying to call her pet over. Right? She didn't just walk by him and feel threatened by his
I
smell or
understand. I'm trying to get the exact video so I can look, because I don't want to make any statements without
Posted it
seeing
in
the
VC
video.
chat.
Thank you.
It's fucking garbage, bro. I was like, okay, well, maybe because I have a dog, and I'm like, maybe if my dog was acting crazy, like, I understand people fucking trip. Like, I think about that shit all the time. But I was watching this chick and like, no, bro, fuck her. She lit. Oh.
Can you expand on that opinion, please? You keep just saying fuck her, fuck this bitch. Like, can you explain?
He's just a troll. Just leave him. I think
No,
the
for real.
biggest
Hey, fuck
contention
you.
of
Shut up,
this-
bitch. You shut up.
Oh, fuck. So anyway,
You little doughy bitch. I'm trying to speak. Mute
As
you.
I think the biggest contention.
Shut the fuck up, Pillsbury.
What
I'm trying to
you-
talk about
what
this
to me?
fucking racist bitch right now.
Okay, hold on. So
This
Doobie
guy from
asked him a direct
TikTok.
question. Doobie asked him a direct question.
I should
So
get a TikTok.
you can was it Maximus? You can respond, and then Omni. I want to hear what you have to say after that.
All right. This lady was walking up to him like, no, and he's like, hey, chill, just don't come near me. And she's like, stop recording. And he's like, he's in fucking Central Park. He can record whatever the fuck he wants. And she's like fucking holding her dog up by his fucking like thing, like fucking the dog's trying to get down. Like this lady doesn't give a shit about.
Why do you think she was holding on to her dog like that?
Because if she was trying to protect her dog, she would have been protecting her dog. Not
Why do you
holding
think
her
she was holding
fucking
on to her dog
up
like
by the
that?
shit. Why do I think? Because
why was she holding on to her dog? Why
I
was
know
she
what
afraid
David's about to
of
say.
letting go of her dog?
Homie was trying to call the dog over. I
Oh
don't
shit,
know.
weird.
Whatever.
Okay.
Cool. Whatever. I don't give a
Why
shit.
whatever? Why is that whatever?
Did he
Why
hit
don't?
the
Why do you
dog?
just
Did he
dismiss
do
the
anything to
creepy
the
shit
dog?
he does
He was
and
calling
focus?
the dog over.
Oh my God.
Choking the
If somebody
dog
called
by
my
lifting off
dog
the
over,
leash. You don't have to do
if somebody
that.
called my dog over, I'd be like, "Oh, this motherfucker wants to give my dog a little treat," and then come.
You
maybe
also
take
don't
him
have
over
to get
me and,
close
like,
to
get
people
his
when
shit.
you're
And
afraid
I
of
think it's
their life.
I think it's important
Conversation's a
to
conversation.
I'm not saying that she is, but there are cases where people are in fear for their life and they literally have a death grip on whatever they're holding. That does exist, and I believe in the military
course,
they've had
but
these
they
incidents
don't-
before where they just can't let
Yeah,
go of the
course.
object they
That
have.
doesn't become relevant when you start aggressing towards the person.
Like I said, I'm just explaining that it is a possibility that she doesn't realize that she's got the damn dog by the neck.
I think that's fair and true too, but
Just
again,
watch the
that's
video in
not-
the VC chat.
So,
So I did just
It's her choking her dog. the fuck out.
Omni, you want to say something?
Do you think, okay, so like we see in nature this with animals as well, especially small animals, you know, chihuahuas barking really loudly. Do you think maybe that her response with all the posturing, yelling, and screaming to the guy saying, I'm going to call the police, and threatening that way could be just her way of defending herself in that way?
What?
What? Saying she just was being defensive.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Wait,
I understand the question. I think it's ridiculous though, right? Because it's like, but we're actually humans. Like we're actually humans, and we actually have this history. See, like my problem is just like explaining.
We have animalistic responses as well.
Yes, that's nice. My problem is that like this rush to explain away racism, right? Like, well, was it actually this? Was it actually that? I don't know, right? Like, it's like it's not as if this. It must be that this incident exists in a vacuum, right? There's no historical context. There's no present context, right? There's no none
I'm
of
gonna
that,
challenge you,
right? There's no history.
Well, the classic. This is a once in a time thing.
I'm saying. There's no historical context, current context, right? Like this is a individual, right? And she's just having these individual actions. She's maybe socially awkward, right? Or maybe this is just her defensive mechanism, right? Saying that I'm going to tell the police that an African American man specifically is going to be attacking me, like letting him know before you know, like an African American man, right? Not that. Hey, I'm going to tell them that you are attacking me, right? Just an African American man is threatening me. Excuse me, threatening. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the video in a while. I apologize. Threatening me, right? Like this woman, like we can use. This is how, like, when it comes to. Oh my God! No, not when I'm talking.
I'm next.
Let me finish. And then you can talk.
I just want to ask one quick question.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Go ahead.
I don't know why it's like I keep saying the same thing and like no one can listen to me. Okay, so this is exactly what happens whenever there's like a racism happening, right? Like before, we had video evidence of police executing black men, or not just black men, for other minorities too, right? For nothing, right? This is exactly what would happen. Hey, I think a racism just happened here. Did it really? Right? Let's look at all the explanations. And the police say something differently happened. So I don't know. Right? When people are telling you their lived experiences, when they are showing this is the things that happens to us all the time, that we are looked at as a threat, and then they use the state against us, right? Then it's like, oh, maybe it was a defensive mechanism. Maybe she was socially awkward, right?
Wait.
Maybe she was a fucking racist. I don't know. It's one of those options.
Wait, hold up.
Prime, I have to challenge you, Prime, on this because this is a very important question. Okay, do you believe? I want to know, given what we know about this particular incident, how do we go about? And I'll say this because I want to then present another example. How do we determine, given what we know, not knowing much about this lady's background, not knowing much about anything other than short of what she has said with it being African American, and let me explain. Because I could present another example to you. For example, we can look at somebody that is in a police situation, gets pulled over, reaches down, they're claiming to grab their insurance, but some people would say that he's grabbing his gun, and the officer was justified. So what I was going to say in this regard is that when we are analyzing the situations, we can present 1,000 situations, and I don't think we're ever going to know what the lady's true intentions were. We can try to guess. I know what you're going to say. We can guess with a certain amount of certainty, but then I would propose to you, can you tell me, given what we know, don't assume just because she said something, what can you give me that she was being racist?
I literally already did that. I literally already painted that for you, right? And this is
gonna tell him a black man.
Did you watch the video? You can't make any assumptions about. You can't make any intelligent intelligent conclusions about like people's behavior. Hey, this person didn't state going.
So what actions? So it was the sheer action of her just call. So I want to make sure I'm clear here. Then, so was it just
African American?
Was it? And is that what I'm understanding here? Is because of the fact that she said African American, or is it the fact that she had called the cops on an African American? What particular action made this a racist action?
I'm saying
I want to know
the entire situation. I'm saying all
Give
of
me
it.
the points,
I'm
like
saying,
all of it. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. No, dude. For the hour I've been talking about this, like rerun the VOD. If you didn't catch it, rerun the VOD. I don't care. Like I literally just did this.
Can you just
Rerun the
confirm?
VOD. No, I'm not going to because rerun the VOD. I literally already just did this. I'm sorry. Watch the VOD.
White man's interpretation. We've had a black man's interpretation. Now it's time for a woman's interpretation. If I'm not assuming too much, let's.
Yep, that's why I came here. I don't know the full story of the situation.
It's in the BC
Here we go. I was watching, and I was listening to Doobie's take on the situation, and I'm going to give a blanket statement about a possible situation. Can you give you a blanket statement?
No, don't do that. No, actually, don't do that. Actually, I really don't. No. Actually, don't do that. Actually, look at the. You're saying you don't know. Don't know anything about this.
Where am I going to find this? VC chat.
I
will watch the video, and then I will raise my hand again, and I will tell you a statement.
Really quickly. So before you do that, read his statement of what he said like happened before he started the video. He posted this himself on Facebook. This is his telling of what happened.
Oh, Doobie right here.
Okay, so I did watch the video actually because I did want to get some context in there, make sure I wasn't misremembering or make sure I wasn't able it comes off to me, and again, whether or not she was intentionally being racist or not, whether it was just an implicit or an explicit bias, I cannot say. I cannot read the hearts and minds of other people. But what I can say is that her feeling threatened seems to have been an unreasonable fear. That her reaction seems to have been unreasonable based on, again, what I saw and what I read that he said he did. Her reaction was quite clearly, in my opinion, an overreaction, an extreme reaction, and she should have faced some form of punishment. What that punishment is, I am not sure. I am not a lawyer. I am not an expert in criminal defense or criminal punishments, but the fact that her charges were dropped and she had to do just an apology of some sort.
I think this speaks to the privilege. I think this speaks to the privilege you has as a male, right? Who can walk around in Central Park and not need to worry about being raped, right? Because we got to keep in mind.
But I'm
lots
so
of people
pretty.
are raping
I
this
have
fucking.
To worry about that all the
No, you're not. I'm sorry. I love you, but you're not. Okay. So lots of women are raped in Central Park, in New York specifically, right? Black and brown men commit like 90% of the rapes and murders every fucking year, right? So if we're gonna pretend that we can make all these judgments and assumptions about her being like some kind of sociopath that thought this guy deserved execution for telling her to put a fucking dog on the leash.
Assumption.
Okay,
I'm not making that assumption at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what she did was unreasonable.
Like some of you are making these assumptions that she intended for the police to come as like an execution squad because this guy dared challenge her white like fragility or whatever the fuck, right? If we're gonna make those kind of assumptions, why can't we also make the assumption that this guy, based on the long history of black and brown men in New York raping women, white women disproportionately, actually, why can't we make the assumption that when he said, "Hey, I'm gonna do what I want, and you're not gonna like it," why can't we make the assumption that he meant that it's some kind of like rape threat? Right?
He wouldn't push it to that, but I definitely think that statement has a lot of hostility behind it.
In the Facebook thing that he said,
hold on, wait,
I can assume. No, shut up, dude. Pretending
that hold on, shut the fuck up. But pretending that she wanted this dude to be murdered by police, executed for daring to tell her to put her dog on the leash. That's not a leap. Think about how ridiculous you guys sound.
I'm not in agreement with Prime. It was calling an I thought that was hyperbolic. Just to be very clear, I thought that was hyperbolic. But I do want to put the point home that yes, when you call in the cops, it increases the likelihood that someone will die. That
especially if they're black.
No,
not especially if they're black.
You do not think that
calling
the cops increases the likelihood that someone will be shot? It does.
Go ahead, Kay.
100% does.
All right, so I just watched that video. As a woman, I'd like to see the beginning half of that because that's when all the hostility started, not actually the first interaction.
Did you read the post?
I did read the post. And if a man ever fucking said that to me, I have a gun and I carry it on a daily basis. If you motherfuckers try to pull that shit on me, good fucking luck. I am not standing for a man telling me what's the exact phrasing of it.
Put your gun on
I'm gonna do what I want, but you're not gonna like that. Fucking I dare somebody to say that to me.
And
I don't care.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna execute you, but I'm probably gonna I'm gonna say something that signifies that I do protect myself because that woman obviously is. I don't want to say like more fragile, but she's not in the mind of being able to.
Let her finish.
She's not able to like be like, hey, like I'm gonna protect myself. She's gonna call the cops. I've had experience with the cops. You call the cops, it takes probably 10, 15, 20 minutes for them to even get there. By the time they get there, the scene's already probably either cleared or de-escalated, or in the off chance that it's highly escalated, which is a very, very off chance topic. But I carry a gun on a daily basis to protect myself. I live in the middle of the woods, but when I go into the city, you best damn sure I'm carrying that shit because I'm not dealing with some man coming up to me, especially when I'm by myself. If I'm by myself with my dog and some man came up to me, my dog is a baby. She is going to like love up on anyone, but you stomp the wrong way at her and she's probably going to piss herself. I don't expect my dog to protect me. I expect my dog to be my child. That's how I look at her. She's my baby. But I will protect myself. I don't care what race, gender. It could be a fucking female saying that shit to me, and I'm still gonna pop off on you, like say some wild ass shit like that to me. We're gonna have some issues. And I
might mention you have a gun, but I wouldn't pull the gun.
No,
at that point.
I'm not gonna pull it.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pull it unless you come at me and you come with some physical action.
And she was coming at him.
And he didn't do that.
She was coming at him.
He didn't do that.
He was like, back the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up.
I could
There's an escalation of force here.
Yeah, there's an escalation. And I could understand once he said that, I probably would have gotten a little more escalated. But honestly, my biggest concern is that issue is she's got that dog by the fucking collar, and you can see that dog in trauma, and she is not fucking caring about that dog. She's more caring about harassing this man who may have at one point been harassing her, but she could have walked away from that situation, put her dog on a leash, and walked away.
Yeah, I knew you wasn't fucking cool.
Okay.
Preach.
If you think that
also,
she was, she thought she was threatened, right? Why do you think like she'd calmly like walk away, like?
I probably would have. I would have said something.
You
I would have said,
walk
"Hey."
away if someone threatened you.
Well, not calmly, but you walk away.
If somebody threatened me, especially if I have my dog, and especially that dog didn't look like he was that violent at all, any means. I would probably be like, all right, clearly this is not a situation that I need myself in, especially with my dog, and I'm going to walk away. And this whole issue started with her having the dog on a leash or not. I live in the middle of the woods, so I don't understand that experience of being at a park in the middle of the city and being like, hey, my dog's not on a leash because he needs to run. Dogs do need to run, so I feel like he should have been more lenient on that aspect. But
it's so I just want to interject, if I may, real quick. Like, people keep saying, well, if they were really in trauma or if they were really scared, they would have done this. And I hate that because everyone reacts differently to these situations.
Oh, I was going to say that.
Yeah,
you cannot
but you usually
assume.
only
So
have
please
three
stop using this
options.
argument. No, you don't.
No, you only have three
People,
options. Yes, you do.
People
It's called
freeze.
fight,
That's what I was
flight,
going to say, freeze.
or freeze.
Yeah.
You have three fucking options.
Yep, you're gonna either fight that man, like whether with words
You're gonna make
at
appeals
first
to nature,
or
Wick.
physical.
Make sure you understand
You're
what the
gonna
fuck
run,
they are.
or you're gonna.
But she
stand
doesn't
there.
know if this fucking
her
weirdo is
finish.
gonna. She doesn't know if this fucking weirdo is gonna chase her, right? So if
Oh,
she turns
yeah?
her back on him to run away, he might tackle her. Or
Oh
something.
yeah. So when she gets
Yeah.
in his face and he proceeds
Yeah.
to say, "Don't come near
That-
me." Oh my God,
that-
this weirdo is gonna fucking chase me.
Don't come near me, but I'm gonna
Fuck
get
outta here,
closer to
fuck
you.
boy.
Yeah, if his issue was like,
It really
I
depends on
want
the
you to put your
context.
dog on a leash, and then she puts her dog on a leash and starts leaving, like, yeah, he's gonna fuck off.
So,
The whole shit
gonna-
was he was
I
being a
think-
bitch, and then she was
I
like
think-
not trying to back down.
I think there
and
was
like,
escalation on
"Ugh,
both parts.
I'm a
I think
white
she
woman."
initiated the escalation, and then he said some out of pocket shit that he probably shouldn't have said, which sparked her off even more. And then instead of putting her dog on a leash and walking away, she made a phone call. And I don't know about any of y'all, but most police reports, when you're referring to who is doing X, Y, and Z, you're going to state whether it's male or female, the color of their skin, and like normally typically like a height or a weight, like say like where they are like about. And that's about it. So I
But
don't
she's
care.
not talking to the operator. That's the
talking
point.
to the dude. She said, "I'm gonna call him and tell him it's a
She
black
said,
man."
"I'm gonna
And
call
the way she said
Oh,
black.
and tell them that an African American
She never
man.
said black.
So here's so,
If she wants to use the state to enforce and
okay,
to allow her to continue her misjustice, as far as misjust being her dog being off the leash, this becomes an issue. You do not get to be the criminal in the situation and then allow the power of the state to back you up.
I'm gonna wrap this. I'm gonna wrap my opinion
I'm
on
not
this real
saying
quick.
like she's
Is that when
the
I look at
criminal.
this,
I'm saying
when I
she's
look
the
at
one
this from
committing
the
the infraction.
when I look at this from the evidence, I'll tell you my personal opinion. My bar is a little bit high. I don't think there is enough here for me to make a conclusive say that this is in fact racist. I'm not saying it's not.
I think we need more of the beginning footage.
I need more in general to make a conclusion in any kind of regard of whether or not she was being racist. There's a lot of question marks. I know that people are trying to harp in on the fact that she said African American, this and that. I get that. Y'all are entitled to your opinion. I will propose this, and nobody has answered it. If you believe that she should have been charged with something more, I propose somebody explain to me
question. Because none of us know the laws, right? Like none of us
Disturbing
can
the
go out of our
peace,
pocket.
filing a false report
No,
would be
but
the
this
two
is
that I would at
super
least
important because
push
people are trying to make this extremely volatile, and this got brought up because of the whole Jussie Smollett thing, and people saying that she didn't get equal justice. So what I'm saying here is, if you believe, if you don't find and you don't believe, that's fine. Don't speak up on it. But if you believe that she should have been charged more or had more time, I am fully willing to listen to why she should have been.
Hold on. I told you from before that, like, at the very least, give her the jail time, right? Like, actually, don't drop the charges, right? Don't say that you can. If she can complete just a seminar, then Jussie Smollett can complete a seminar too, right? Let's come up with a seminar and let Jussie Smollett complete that seminar,
I
right?
think there's
like,
a difference between making a phone call saying an African man is attacking you than staging a hate crime.
Yeah, there is a difference.
And be clear, she said
there was going to actually an armed response was going to come for that black man. Yeah, there is a difference. There's a big difference here.
I think Jussie Smollett would definitely have more time or more charges compared to a woman in central New York saying that
he did. Yeah, I know.
And
That's
I
the
think that
problem.
should happen. I think that's
Wait, why is it a
100%
problem?
right.
I think that the Smollett, just to reiterate, and I said this at the beginning of the panel, the verdict, the sentencing was entirely in line. I think it was less than 6 months, and it was some fines. Perfectly okay with that. Now, I am with Prime in that I think this woman should have gotten something bigger. I don't know the specifics. I am not educated enough in the law to tell you what specific charge I would have brought against her, but I think she should have gotten not a lot. I don't think she should have gone to jail, maybe, but she definitely should have faced some sort of
maybe a fine or like go to a class or something.
That's what she
a
did.
thing, but I don't think we have.
That's what she did.
I don't.
Did she
think
have
we
a fine?
Do we have classes like that? Like, is that a thing?
They
Like, I know we
gave
have
her
AAs, but like,
What year do you think it is?
Learn to be less.
Do you have a fine?
No,
Like,
but is that a legitimate class that we give people as a charge? Like,
racial sensitivity trip? Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so can I ask you guys? Can I ask you guys what law do you think she broke?
Well, she was a public nuisance, I think is the actual charge that gets filed if you have your dogs. Yes, if your dogs are
because
your dogs. Hey, Peckerhead, you want to answer the
no,
question?
I know what you're gonna say before you say it because my brain works faster than yours. So you're saying that because she had her dog off the leash, she should have gotten a public nuisance charge. And Prime thinks that because she was a public nuisance, she should have been in jail.
In jail for having your fucking
dog off the leash.
I didn't say that.
Ours are not of mine.
Okay, then I'm not talking to you. I'm wondering what law here was broken.
He thinks she should go to jail because it was an act of racism that she was specifically saying.
Oh my God, please, everyone! Why is everyone putting words in my mouth when I'm here? I can talk. Don't worry, I got it. I've been talking this entire time. I can do it some more. No. She called in a false police report. She called in a false police report, just like this other guy did, right? And I think
those police reports are completely different.
I think it is aggravated by racial animus. So if there's any hate crimes laws, I would add that on as an aggravating charge. But like, yeah.
Okay, so what in her police report was false?
Oh boy, no, I'm sorry, Doobie. Like, we disagree. I'm sorry. Like, you could drag me into this conversation. We fucking disagree. She was not threatened. She wasn't threatened. You
don't think the line of "I'm gonna do what I want, but you're not gonna like that" is a threat?
No,
you don't think that?
No, actually, no, I don't think it was a threat. No, I don't think it was a threat.
If you ask a lot of females that question, I guarantee you that most females will say that is a threat.
That's nice.
I think that's clearly a threat. It's intended as a threat.
Okay, great. And then what was the threat? Then she threatened him as well, right? Then she threatened him as well with the police, with the actual state.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
But anyway,
because if somebody threatens me, I'm gonna call the fucking police.
He didn't threaten him, and she called in the police, right? With the giving off the impression that her life was in danger, right? Like, this is not the case. Not the case. So, like, yeah, she called in a false police report. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think.
I was just gonna say regarding the. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And go ahead, Blair.
I was just gonna say regarding the punishment, like the recourse that happens to anybody that files a false anything, I think should just be given the same punishment that the victim would have got had they actually successfully got them pinned. That fake allegation. I don't actually know the details.
I don't like that.
I love that.
I feel like it's a fine. Give her a fine for having her dog off the leash. Give her a fine for fucking filing a police report. Tell her how fucking serious it is. Next time you're gonna go to jail.
I came in super late.
Would you do the same for like a false rape allegation?
They're in the VC chat if you want.
I feel like false rape. I feel like 100% that's a charge that you should give to the false rape victim, that you should give that.
But wouldn't that create a chilling effect on people reporting rapes if they feel like that they can't report because
I
it may
think
be found
there should be some charge
and they'll get
of
punished.
there should be some charge of something, because you can't just be charging somebody of rape and then having this investigation go on. That
I sympathize.
Ruins a person's life of somebody who's being falsely
sympathize with
accused of that.
KO-Fabe. I sympathize with that, but I think that giving victims that are actually victims, I think that creating a system where if you aren't able to prove your allegations sufficiently that you're going to be charged with something will create a huge chilling effect that I think would it'd do more harm than good.
I do understand there are certain circumstances that are not 100% rape or 100% not, so there is that wiggle room of like if it is or isn't, and you call it in and there's not enough tests to show it or whatever. I get that, but there is a lot of women doing it just because of whatever. Like, there's women who will sleep with somebody and then afterwards get mad and say that they do it. I will 100% say there's some women out there that do that. As a woman, I will 100% go for that.
But not a lot.
There's not a lot.
How do we get from Jussie Smollett to rape allegations?
I don't know.
I want to caveat my original point when I said like that charge ought to go back to the person that filed the false claim. I don't think it ought to be binary. If the rape isn't found to be guilty, then automatically that's a false allegation. No, I think there would have to be some sort of sufficient process.
But there's always that fear, right? There's always that fear.
I think
there's always that fear.
Using fake money, you got to do it knowingly.
In the mind of a victim, in the mind of the victim, just that fear, just that potential threat that the abuser could hold over this person, like, oh, they're not going to believe you, and I am going to prove it false, so you better not open your fucking mouth. I think that would create a huge chilling effect. That's just my intuition.
I think that's a minimal amount.
How could somebody actually prove a fake allegation if in fact the rape itself couldn't be proven? I don't even fundamentally understand how that could actually happen as I'm thinking through this.
Well,
just the DNA testing, because they do.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
How about on the other side of this whole Amy, what's her name, Cooper thing? What about did y'all hear about Ryan Coogler, the fucking director of Black Panther?
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So how about that? that's kind of on the side of like being dumb as shit and calling
It's-
police.
me up,
when you
what
It's
got
really
notice.
weird though. Like I've never passed it. I've been in banks. I've dealt with business with banks. I worked for a bank for a little bit. Like I've never had a note passed to me or passed a note like that ever.
Have
So
you
that was
also,
really
like,
weird.
I-
Sorry, we spent a long
that
time
were
talking about
weird
this yesterday.
celebrities-
We talked
Oh,
about
okay.
like literally exactly that. Like
You're
the
like,
whole
we
thing.
had.
Okay.
I gotta watch
yeah.
that then.
Sure.
But I feel like it's kind of, tangentially connected.
Yeah, I mean, like we did the whole thing on that very subject.
Well, how do you feel about that in compared to this Amy chick calling the police being dumb?
I was saying that woman should get fired. I was
What,
harsher
Amy
than
Cooper?
everyone else. I was saying that woman should get shit canned for what she did at the very least.
You talking about the bank or Amy Cooper?
The bank. Amy Cooper, I was glad she got shit canned.
Well,
Fuck
yeah,
her.
yeah.
But in terms of the bank situation, yeah.
Yeah. I guess
I don't
that is
know.
different.
I feel like it all goes back to like exactly what Wick said. Like if we're gonna take every allegation that is false or may not be 100% true, and we're gonna deem it as like now you're the one that's in trouble, I think it turns into how many people are actually gonna make a call to the cops about something that is occurring, because you may be proven that it may not be 100% exactly what you said on the phone in that stressful panic moment of yourself. Like, how does that work?
Guys,
Like
we do have nuance in our criminal justice system.
Yeah,
I know
and
it
we
seems
do.
like it's eliminated,
you have
but
to
like
prove intentionality.
I want to hit on that too, on the criminal justice side, because obviously I'm big on that. I think there's a big issue in our current society that we haven't really had anywhere else, and that is this lovely thing called a cell phone. And what I mean by that is we have our second criminal justice system, and that is the public justice system. And I have a serious, when we talk about criminal charges for Amy Cooper, let's keep in mind that even outside of Amy Cooper, other people who have been accused of these things, it's guilty before innocent. She lost her job. She had other indirect fines, if you want to call them that, besides just the thing. And it's crazy to me too, because in some cases you can be found not guilty in a court of law but have already suffered the ramifications from just going through that process. We can look at a great example of this, and whether or not you believe he should or shouldn't have been found guilty, and a classic example is Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Yep, I was just going to say that.
You can sit there and believe what you want to believe with his case. That's okay. But he was found not guilty in a court of law. But through the public justice system, he was found guilty, and still to this day is believed to be guilty. And he's
that's
suffering all
not
the ramifications.
necessarily true, because there are positive ramifications that came out of that court case for
some.
him.
Sure.
On the personal side, and I would say it'd be fair to like.
But there are examples.
Yeah,
of
but how many?
There are
how many
examples that we
times
can
do you
think of them
this
where
man's life is going to be ruined because every time he goes to go somewhere, somebody's going to be like, "Oh, you're that dude that shot three guys." Like,
not as many.
I feel like
as-
that's the punishment.
It'll probably
though,
be
so
ruined
in
more
that
than
fits.
the like three people that he had killed. It'll
this is a separate subject.
I don't want to get into that.
Why is that
This is a separate subject. Like we could talk about the public opinion and how bad that is and how harmful that is and how terrible it is, but I don't think that this has a bearing on what we're speaking of.
It does. No,
it does.
It absolutely does.
I think
Because
it
Amy
kinda
Cooper,
does.
Amy
So,
Cooper
just
lost
because-
her.
I
No,
get
because
that,
Amy.
but not-
Quick finish.
Okay,
Sorry.
I get what you're saying. You're and correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm misspeaking or misunderstanding, that's perfectly fine, and correct me, please. But you're saying that because through the court of public opinion, she suffered consequences such as losing her job, losing her dog, and all these other negative consequences, that she should not face criminal charges.
No.
Is that not what you're saying?
No. I'm saying you can still go through and get. My ideal world is to not have. Unfortunately, there is still going to be public opinion just by, again, this lovely little thing and social media. It's inevitable at this point that there's going to be a court of public opinion. But I would have argued that prior to cell phones, court of public opinion was relatively small. The only one that you saw was large court cases and stuff, and it's not as prevalent as now.
So I would
And
say
so,
not cell phones,
yeah.
but social media. It's social media
well,
that
sure,
has
social.
done this.
Well,
From
but
Twitter
yeah, and this is
to-
like a byproduct. But but what I'm saying is they should charges should yes. If you file a false police report, absolutely. I've held this from the very beginning. If you break the law, generally speaking, I'm okay with you being charged. What I'm not okay with though is the court of public opinion presuming guilty before innocent, and I think that's what I don't like is because in the court of public opinion, you're always guilty. There's no innocence.
That's a huge issue. That's a huge issue. I'd agree with
Yeah.
you, but again, I'm not sure it's exactly the issue when we come to the
I
Smollett
also don't
and
know if
Amy
it's
Cooper.
as solid
That's
as you
all.
may think as well too.
Well, and even if she is found guilty, we have to acknowledge if we don't like what she was found, what her punishment was, you've also got to consider all the indirect punishments that she has faced from this too. So these have to all be considered.
Yeah,
in.
and so did Jessie, but still, she wasn't actually didn't even get well, I guess she got a day in court. But like she didn't actually get charged. They dropped the charges for her. So
But
like
she still
whatever.
had to go through some of the
Yeah,
process.
that's who.
And she did lose
not,
her.
not
But
enough.
she did.
Not enough. She actually needs.
And
she
do you
actually
think?
needs
Do you think?
the
Do you think
legal
losing her job?
repercussions.
And
Do you think your opinion would be different if it was a white man attacking her and that she said that instead
white
of that it was a
man-
black man attacking her?
Either. Okay, so let me. I want to phrase this.
Totally forgot how we got on this on the first
I want
place.
to phrase this properly.
I don't think you get to ignore the social and racial dynamics
Yeah,
that are involved.
So essentially, does the like the race supersede like the male female dynamic?
Yeah, so
is what she's asking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, got it. So I would say that my whole argument about this is that this comes within a context, a historical context, right? Like one interaction between two people of the same race could be different with two people of different races because of that historical context. We didn't have that
So in
historical
simple
context.
terms, if it was a white man, you wouldn't think the same way.
I'm actually trying to explain myself, right? Thank you. So these things come within a context that we can't separate because that's what everyone tries to do, is separate these things. So looking at that, I would say that, yeah, I think if it would have been a white man, she should be absolutely punished. Absolutely. Like, actually, 100%. No, she actually should still be punished. I'm thinking about this now. She should absolutely still be punished. I'm upset. I'm more upset because I'm understanding the context behind this and that people are just kind of fucking ignoring it, right? So that, like, an actual racist act happened, and then we're just ignoring that, but a pretend racist act happened that gets all the attention.
It was
right?
a pretend.
And the vitriol,
it was a racist act.
and the vitriol, right?
Well,
like,
what are the
but,
reasons?
But like, hold on. But like,
for that is-
oh my god. So yeah. So like, that's my issue. Is that like the act itself that she did against that man that was wrong. So whether it be white man or black man, send her to jail, right? Like, or give her severe consequences, right? But keep my thing that is upsetting me is the fact that people aren't acknowledging this history and are trying to separate that, and you look at this within a vacuum. That's my answer.
Okay, so just
can
really
I say
quick,
something?
Just
Can I say
really
something really
quick?
quick? I mean, can I just say something? I just want to say, like, I feel like, I mean, Jussie Smollett, like, he targeted people and he invented a race. He said white people attacked me in an attack that never occurred. How is that not a form of racism?
So,
Well, no,
I
it
guess
I think
to
the
answer
difference-
Prime's question on why that people are focusing on Smollett so much. Also, we have to keep in mind that like Biden came out immediately and supported Smollett, like
Don't
almost
take my
immediately.
fucking talking point. Don't take my talking point. Said that in fucking chat
Am
an
I
hour.
stealing your talking point? Sorry, go ahead. Kobe.
Kobe, it's your turn.
He also said they called them
Mine
the
too.
N-word, right? That makes it racial.
Okay.
I was
If
right
you
to
want to say,
racist
if you want to say that
homophobic.
it was an actual racist, I'm not going to fight you on that. Fine, whatever. It's an actual racist act. I agree. Fine, whatever. But then again, this other act which is racist, right? being treated differently, as it always is when it comes the other way around.
I just wanted to know if there was if we were talking about a white woman and a white male, or even a black woman and a white male, if we had the same interaction of this entire situation, like if that was going to be the same outcome, if we're all going to have the same opinion that she acted outrageous in this opinion,
outrageous,
and that she should be charged no matter what the race of both of these people.
She should be.
Then then we're on the same playing field. Then
honestly,
we're
if there was a black lady and my dog,
if we're signifying this
man trying to attack me, I'd be like, bitch, what the fuck?
If we're signifying this solely off of race, then it's a completely different conversation.
It's not.
And that's what I wanted to make sure that we weren't talking solely on the fact that it was a white woman saying that a black man was attacking her. And that was our talking point of what you guys were freaking out about. And that's all I wanted clarification on.
Okay, Kobe.
Because it seemed that it was more that she called it an African
Kobe.
Okay. So I was interestingly enough, it is actually quite difficult to Google how many people were killed by the police in a given state. It seems like it's quite difficult. Google likes to tell you what the killing of 2 NYPD officers means for New York. They want to tell me about a lawsuit that happened. They don't want to give me any data. Okay, but I did find some interesting stuff. I posted in chat. It seems to be a quite extensive list of every single person killed by the police by the New York Police Department, like since 2000. Or it's not. Hold on, it's not done by. It's going back like quite a long ways. It's pretty interesting. It's like a whole graph that gives you like the exact time, the precinct, the borough, the district, the location. It's quite interesting. But anyways, the point I was trying to get out there, I think one thing whenever we talk about the police, we should recognize what police department we're talking about. Some of the police departments in this country that have very, very, very low rates of like just police brutality in general. And there are some police precincts in this country that like are incredibly overrepresented in like the amount of people that like file against them or the amount of police killings they have. And that really, really matters if you're trying to make arguments about like how much danger a given minority is of police. In some places, extreme. In some places, less so. The other point I wanted to make was I just want to ask Prime, like, would you agree that the premeditation on Jessie's part is like can you sympathize with people like me that like view that as being a really big factor that kind of separates these two instances apart? Like the dog's incident seems like a stupid person and a race doing something racist in the heat of the moment. The other one is like literally like I sat down, I premeditated, I planned everything out. Like,
so I'll answer that question. But first, thank you, Fox. Fox, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but Fox, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Awfully kind of you. Thank you for supporting this channel. Really kind of you. Thank you for doing that. And then Jason Society immediately follows that up with 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. Hey, thank you, Jason. Jason's been really cool. 140 subs in total. So thank you so much. Hey guys, if you're liking this content, right? If you like having me having the space, right, to freak out over my local white people, right? Then help us out. Jason Society, thank you for another sub. That's really kind of you. To Captain A. Jones. Oh, that's really super kind. Yeah.
Prime, you can have my Prime sub. Oh, hey, Prime.
Oh yeah, please. Yes. Help us out. Let's help us out a hype train. Yeah, we're so close. We need one more person, one more individual donor to assist us, right? Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, get our emotes, get ad-free viewing because we've been playing ads this entire fucking time, right? Want to avoid those ads and want to support this community? Well then, thank you. Naya Socks gifting a sub. Thank you. Helps us out a ton, right? Like, look. Like, I can't space whole entire white race racist if you don't give me money. You're funding that. You're funding.
No. What have I done?
Immediate regret.
Yeah.
Can I have a refund for my Prime sub?
My
God.
We don't do refunds. We don't do refunds here.
This is what I'm doing. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
Is our relationship a lie? Bro, I got the 3rd degree by your like
I love my white people.
Okay,
I love white people. They're great.
I didn't ask for Yakub, the big brain scientist, to make me.
Thank you, intro, for being so kind as to sub yourself as well. I'm not intro. Is that you? Is that the guy Maximus? Is that you? I don't know. Whatever. But anyway,
yeah.
But thank you for the help. That does help us out. We're at 30% done for a level 2 hype train. That 62% left. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Guys, support this community, support the channel. Oh, Doobie. He wants me to shut the fuck up. He just really wants me to get to it. That's what that means.
Good question. I asked a good ass question.
Doobie.
Hook me up. I need one, bro.
Thank you.
I actually need to get going.
Okay.
But you guys are wrong about everything as usual. But I love you guys anyway.
I love you too, Doobie. Thank you seriously for the
Have a good one, Doobie.
Bye.
For the content, bro.
Doobie, thank you for that 10 subs, 359 total. He's great, amazing, right? Because of that, we're at a level 3 hype train, 47% done, 53% left, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Is it a possibility? Again, help out this community if you're appreciating all the things we do, and we give you space all the time, right? So come in here, argue with me, and call me wrong, right? People can do that, right? You can do that here, right? Yeah.
I just realized I've been up for 22 hours, so I gotta bounce.
But not before you sub, right? Dog
I already subbed.
Yeah.
I can't sub again.
You actually can. You can gift more subs.
You can gift more subs.
Increase. Whoa.
You can also donate directly to the channel.
Yeah.
You can donate directly to the channel.
I did donate. I gave my time.
I have a running offer. I have a running offer. If Prime can get $1,000 donation, I will shave my beard live on cam for Prime.
Damn.
That's it. It's sexy. It's beautiful.
I
right?
shaved my head for Stardust when they met my goals.
Prime, if he does that, are you gonna give him a pass from last night's
Yeah, no, yeah. So I will definitely give him the N-word pass. Absolutely, 100%. Right?
An A pass.
But I mean, you could also increase your tier 1 to a tier 2 or 3.
Yep, that's also a possibility. Hey, great option. If you have a resub, use that resub. That'll also move, help out the hype train, right? Move us along. But yeah, please support the community. I'm gonna try to answer Kopi's question. I'm gonna interrupt it for the hype train later on. I promise you I will. But subs to the channel, give bits or give subs if you like what we're doing. If you find this entertaining or whatever. Also hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. But okay.
Prime. I don't know if anyone else is having this issue, but you're like cutting out every so often for me.
Just started though.
I thought that was just me though.
It might be your like sensitivity on your mic or
it literally sounds like unplug.
It seems like you fade back a little bit.
Yeah, you like stop talking and then you'll pick back up, but it's been happening for a good like 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, thank you for letting me know that. And please let me know if that keeps happening. Thank you, Wondergoal, for the sub, your first sub to the community. Paying for the sub you got from Reddit Thought, who was really kind and helped us out previously. 57% done, 43% left, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Can we get to level 4 hype train? But thank you again, Kay, for the kindness. So Kobe, you asked me.
I can restate the question if you'd like me to.
Please.
Just like for me, like, do you sympathize with me in which that I just don't like? I obviously view like the birdwatcher incident is like, this is obviously an example of like a racist person trying to weaponize the state against like a black person. Totally agree there, right? I just don't think it's comparable to Jussie Smollett because like the premeditation that really just changed it to me. There's a difference between like being a dumb fuck, like for even the example of the person that punched the person. I would never ever compare that to like a white supremacist hunting a black person or something. That's ridiculous. That's insane, right? One person is a person who decided to react violently in a situation and made a bad decision versus someone who premeditated, thought out a thing, planned it, and did it. Like that was. And if anything, I also kind of think like we were kind of talking like, is it racist against white people? Really, if we're being honest, it's racist against black people because it's trying to weaponize the racial divide in America for his career. Like that's what it is. He was trying to like trying to convince people that he was the victim of the racial divide in America and these evil Trumpers, and that he was going to get a better career. Like that's literally is what happened. Like, he was, if I remember correctly, a podcast I listened did a podcast or did an episode on this, which is actually kind of interesting. So they talk about the connection between Jessie and like some of the prosecutor, like the family and stuff. I don't know. I don't follow that much, so I won't bring it up too much. But it's interesting. The point being is that like, he was apparently going to be like not written on the next season of Billions,
Empire.
I think, or whatever.
Empire.
And like that to me is the unbelievably disgusting. Like to do anything like that's the big like thing here. But yeah, I was just wondering, like, would you say like are you really sympathetic to people that really value the premeditation? There's a difference between her deciding I'm going to weaponize the police against this black person versus like I am going to plot out a national publicity stunt weaponizing the victimization of black people.
And we have less than 30 seconds left. See if we get that hype train level 4. Save the hype train, subs to the channel, give subs. Okay, I'll answer your question. I think that's fair. I think that's actually a really fair point. That there was premeditation. He planned this like not elaborately, but he had a plan. I think it was disgusting all around, right? Like I share the disgust that people have with it, right? My issue is that I feel like there's a lot of faux outrage about this, and it's like the true severity, right? Brento, thank you for gifting a sub. That's really kind of it. Thank you, buddy. You're a real good friend. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of full outrage, especially in certain circles. But I think it's fair to say that the premeditation is definitely a factor in this, and should.
My second point, which you're kind of going off of this, I actually agree. I don't necessarily disagree here. I have a 1-to-1 comparison, almost not identical situation, but a very similar situation. Which is, I can't remember what it's called. It was called like the Cavington Catholic School situation. People remember this? Remember this? The reason why liberals cared about this. In another universe, liberals wouldn't care, because if you watch the whole video, what it is it's 3 sets of people that are R-worded being R-words at each other. It's like a bunch of liberal people chanting, a bunch of right-wing people chanting, and then like black Israelites making fun of both of them. It actually is kind of sick. It actually is kind of like that meme of the 2 girls fighting and the guy doing the dab in the background. It is kind of like that, but like it is not something to get freaked out about. Like it seems like a ridiculous confrontation in Washington D.C. My mom was there. Like that happens every day. There are people arguing in Washington D.C. around the plaza like literally every day, right? But the reason that got turned into a thing was because the president defended him. The president made a tweet about it, and right-wing people made a tweet about it, and it became a thing where it became the left wing are turning this poor little kid who was doing nothing and just smiling, trying to turn him into a victim. The right wing don't care about this indigenous person. And the same, I think the exact same thing happened with the dog park kid or the dog park situation, just to a lesser extent, and to Jussie Smollett situation. Immediately, everybody came out and was, Jessie, we have to have you on my show. Is it okay for us to ask you this question? And that literally is the right's idea of the left. Is the left invent racism, and the minute it happens, it's hug box, you are a victim, you are a champion, et cetera, et cetera. And then if it turns out to not be true, you don't really have the follow-up episode, which is true. A lot of these people did not have this follow-up fucking thing. You know what I mean? A lot of these people just did the because we were supposed to be posting black boxes, and I guess this one didn't turn out as good. I think that to that respect, I totally understand people hypocrisy is annoying. Hypocrisy is annoying, and it's when it happens anywhere. And that's the one to watch. I would think it's like the public reaction is very obviously. I think it's spurred by the opposite public reaction. It's kind of
I feel it's fair, and I want to hear what everyone else has to say about this Omni next. I feel that's actually fair. That if that's a conservative critique, right, on this, that you will have and I've hated it too. Here's another example. And I think I don't hear conservatives talking about this, but maybe they do. I don't know. But the DC police. Do you remember this incident with the DC police and the missing girls? Right. There was all of a sudden these celebrities were all coming out, right? And there was like a whole Instagram thing, and like it was on Twitter, right? There was a African American missing teenage girls, right? And it came out that the police aren't doing anything about this. There's like a whole list. There's like 14 of them, right? Who are gone, and where are our police, right? They don't value these girls. They don't value them, right? But there's just apparently a spate of these girls who are just disappearing, right? And you had all these celebrities come out and say that this is a clear act of racism. I remember this happening, and then it came out what actually happened is that those girls were actually missing. At least reports of them were missing. But they had it happened over a long span of time, right? And what happened was that the Washington D.C. police just put it up online, right? Just put it up on an online messaging board. Hey, this is the thing that's happening, and someone took that as 14 girls are missing, and the police are doing nothing. They just over a span of a week or so, these girls were just pulled off the streets, right? And then all these celebrities had to back off or just didn't say anything, I don't remember, right? So if that's conservative critique, then I'm with that we don't take responsibilities for being wrong.
Be sympathetic, though. To be sympathetic to that, people have a really good argument for it, and everyone has this, which is I need to use this example, regardless of the exact veracity of it, to bring light to what I view to be a real example. Right. I'm trying to think of here's a great example of this. I'm sure people have seen the I'm sure people have heard of this guy. False indigenous lawyer who's imprisoned because of the corrupt government in South America. People, I think his name is like a Stephen Dosinger. I think he's gone on like every single left-wing podcast.
Yeah,
that guy is like a hero. Like, absolutely, I do not think he's not a hero. But it is true if you listen to his thing. He says he never breaks laws. That's not necessarily true. Apparently, there are some really fucked up, stupid laws in these South American countries that like stop lawyers from talking with their clients, and he broke those laws. And in that example, right? People will skate over that truth because at the larger argument is a true thing that needs to be brought attention to, which is fossil fuel companies steal land from indigenous tribes in South America, poison their land, and then do nothing to help them people. Even when the government are forcing to pay them, they're able to change the laws.
But
and
Kobe,
I think
that's a really dangerous kind of way to go with these things. Like, I get it in that specific situation maybe, but I fear that we do this too much. That we
absolutely agree, and I'm just trying to say I'm sympathetic to. I get the pull. I get the pull. There are so many times when you feel like there's so much wrong in the world that never gets talked about, and there's an example where people are looking at it, and you're like, listen, we gotta fucking look. You know, there's so much more to see than these little incorrections. But I think that can then lead to, like I said, it can lead to the other side. But I want to let other people know.
Sure. I do want to speak on this because this is a very important topic, and I think that this is why.
Let me try meeting him. Hold on. I'm gonna meet him for everyone. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. But this is why it's important to be truthful and honest when we discuss about these things and not exaggerate and not to make things up, even though we feel that we're doing it for the cause. This happens a lot. You see a lot of people in the journalistic and education community, a lot of people will pretend and write as a race or ethnicity that they are not in order to push the plight of the indigenous community or thing. They fake it. They lie about it. They they misrepresent it. And then no one trusts these things anymore. It's a huge problem. And I am like Kobe says, I am sympathetic to the conservatives who look at this and say, how can we trust you when you've lied so much to us in these things? So that's why it's important to be we got to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We got to hold ourselves to a higher standard because it absolutely makes a difference. It's absolutely important. And the way that social media plays into this is that everyone's in such a quick rush to get out and to point out the racism and to find the racism because they're financially rewarded for doing so with clout, with internet points, with et cetera, et cetera. And this has caused people to treat racism like a treasure hunt. Like, I found the racism. Look, guys, look, I found it. Now reward me. And that's caused all sorts of harm, in my opinion.
Bro, oh my God. You just reminded me. When in fourth grade, in one of my classes, we had this thing that if you caught one of your own spelling errors, you got these 50-cent coins you could use to buy trinkets. Bro, I immediately, my strat was like, oh, I'm just going to purposely make mistakes.
This is called the Cobra problem.
So
right? Didn't this is what they did? I just want to say in India, like they tried to get rid of cobras, so they paid people for cobras, so everyone started breeding them.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Omni and then Kay, and then someone else. Yeah, sure. And Blair.
So my only contention for how it was a double standard, I would say that George Floyd happened on the exact same day as the Central Park birdwatching incident. So I think that took so much, that blew up way more than that incident in itself. When you compare it with Jussie Smollett, whatever his name is, there wasn't really much. Yeah, Smollett. There wasn't any other like really, really big incidents around that time. So I think that could also go as a way of explaining why the social outrage was
That's really
much smaller. Yeah, like it was the exact same day, like 25th of May, 2020.
But I don't know. So I'm asking this question. I don't know. Was it that because I remember this time period. Was it that the George Floyd thing like blew up immediately? Because sometimes there's a delayed reaction with these things, right? Like the video doesn't come out like immediately, and then then social media catches on to it. Like that might have been the case in terms of like, same day, but this public is not aware of it all at the same day. So I don't know.
I just gotta say that.
Let me take a look.
That makes it. That really does actually like make it very interesting. If it like, let's say, I don't know if this is true because Prime. I don't know if that video came out the same day. I don't think it did. But I don't think it did. But I was like, if that were to be true, that would add another element to this.
And also, I think, along with that, and like along with this, that the outcome of what actually happened, George Floyd is dead by a police officer on camera, as compared to the Central Park, where essentially nothing really happened, like nothing came out of it, you know. So I think that kind of ties in with the whole blowing up social media thing.
So it looks. Sorry, I'd say like just looking at the Wikipedia for the George Floyd murder, it says the following day, after videos made by witnesses and security cameras became public, all 4 officers were fired. That kind of sounds like it was made the same day.
Yeah.
I mean, I can look this.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks like both of the incidences went viral in the same day, because I'm on the Wikipedia page for both, and the Central Park one, it said it went viral in the following hours. So it was the same day for that one, and I believe so with the George Floyd case. If you can take a look as well, just to double check.
Okay.
But yeah, do you think that would adequately explain the difference in social outrage, Prime?
Maybe. I mean, I think when 2 video games release the same day, right? And there's like a AAA.
You're cutting out
again.
Okay. It seems like I'm not cutting out for the stream, but it seems like I'm having trouble.
Just for us too.
So, just as I think that's a good point. But just a small sort of like side note, Jussie Smollett did do his thing like right at the beginning of the campaign season, to like January 2019.
That's
true. And his entire thing was more about it wasn't more so like, it was just Trump in general. The narrative he wanted to present was there are white supremacist gangs with MAGA hats hunting black people in the streets of Chicago. That was the narrative. Right. It wasn't so much as like specifically like.
I think all this is fair. I think all this is fair. And yeah, hopefully you can still hear me. Yeah. I don't know what's going on in Discord.
It's not major cutout, but it's like I said, like it's almost like you have the noise cancellation on, and it picks up certain words and not others.
Yeah,
I just pretend you're cussing every time the thing comes out, like that you say.
It's something
really
about you,
Wick.
It's only a couple words.
Speaking the truth.
I have to hop out. Okay. I did 30 minutes on the freaking treadmill today. Okay, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, congrats, dude. Good job.
I was dripping
boy.
But anyways, that's why I have to go. Very tired. But I was one thing. Fuck, there's something else I was going to say. Oh, God damn it! It must have been not important. It was something incredibly hilarious and insightful.
Something.
Change your grades.
Something about how brilliant I am and how you get all my points. Okay. Shout out to you. I took off noise suppression, so hopefully that'll help. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what it sounds like. Some people have that issue with noise suppression. Sometimes it's really wonky.
So, shit. I was gonna just to answer your question, Omni.
I remember it was a joke. I remember what the joke I wanted to say, which was that the excuse that you were gonna go in the middle of a Chicago winter to get a fucking sandwich at Subway is literally what your character says in Fallout when you have 1 IQ point or 1 intelligence and you try to do speech, where you're like,
it was actually worse.
Ever. Like, oh my god,
it was a huge winter storm once.
Okay, the second also another hilarious fucking point is he answered the door with the noose still around his neck.
Yeah, he went to the cops. I think. At the police station with like the noose around his neck. It's like, what the fuck?
It would have been so funny if he was like, well, I didn't want to get my fingerprints on it.
I gotta go. All right. So I'll quickly answer your question, Omni. Then I'll go to was it Kay? Then it was Blair, and then Dan. I think so. Yeah. Okay. Omni. Yes. I think it's reasonable to say that if there were 2 big incidences, that the media only has time for one of these fucking things, right? And the public really only has a potential span for one, and the one actually.
Or the public.
Sorry, if one results in a dead body and one doesn't, then it's fair to say that would have affected how it blew up, right? I think it's a fair thing. Okay, let's go to Kay.
So to have that point, I think it's more the public, not more so the media. It's what the public draws their attention to, and like you said, like obviously a dead body gets more traffic than another thing. So once those things come up, it correlates into that. I think the biggest thing that we were trying to draw the comparison to between the 2 of them, or like try to correlate one towards the other is, I know a lot of you mentioned the whole police calling the police and drawing them in would end up in somebody being shot or something like that. I think we all have, like, based on like literally just the conversation we were just having in between this was the George Floyd thing. Like, I think we all have this mentality after hearing so many of these big things that go off in the media about cops killing Black people. It turns into a big thing of like, well, if somebody calls the cops, even if it's a false allegation or like a mildly escalated allegation towards a Black person, then it's going to end up in them being killed. And I think that's like, we're completely losing faith in all of our police force. And I think that's a bigger issue that we need to. I'm not saying that racism is not at all like is a big issue. I'm just saying that the idea of completely like degrading our police force and saying that every time that somebody of color or a minority is the abuser per se in this call that we're having an interaction with the cops, that it's going to turn into some bigger ordeal. I think that's degrading the cops 100%. And
Do you
I
think
know
our
there
police
is.
deserve our faith? Do you
No,
think that the
do you
police as
think
they operate today
then
deserve
how
our
would
faith?
we hold accountable?
I think there obviously is some cops that we have had previous interactions with that have caught big name media, and we've had issues with. But I think like the whole like defunding the police and stuff like that, that idea I think is not worth it. I think we need to educate them more and have more training, something of that sort, rather than completely be like fuck the police.
I agree with that.
Because if we're gonna say fuck the police, then who's gonna protect us? Who do you want to protect you?
I agree with you that defund the police is probably a bad way to do it. But I've
They're called social
like,
workers, Kay.
I lost my faith in the police way before this. The
not
police
again.
stole my mom's laptop. They came into my house and stole my mom's fucking laptop, and I'm a white person.
I've
So,
had
you
several
know,
issues with the police too. I grew up when I was younger. I will say my dad's a felon, and my mom graduated high school and didn't get to go to college because she had me. So we grew up in a trailer park, and we had a crazy neighbor behind us who was a raging alcoholic and literally would attack and bang on our trailer. And when my dad was away, say he was going to kill me, my mom, and our dogs. So when we called the cops would show up. They would say, leave him alone, just ignore him, and that was it. And they would leave. And the guy would get away with absolutely nothing, charges, no, anything like that. So I understand there are cops that literally just genuinely don't give a fuck. Like, I truly understand that. But there is some point in time that we need to understand that obviously there's an education difference between some cops and other cops, or even the moral issue between some cops and other cops, which you obviously can't teach morals, but like we have to find a way to find an equal balance between the two of them to be able to find a functioning police force.
yes,
that
we do need I would agree with you that we do need a functional police force.
We have a
That
solution.
currently we do not have a functional police force in many precincts, not all
In
precincts,
many,
but many
not all,
precincts.
yes.
And 3, defunding the police isn't going to work. I don't think it's a valid strategy. And 4, that we definitely need to reform the police heavily. That there's a lot of things we could do across the board and specific precincts. So I'd agree with you there.
The idea of being afraid of calling the cops is just not realistic, because who else are you going to call? Who are you going to call to protect you? Like in these situations.
Yeah,
I'll come and save you.
That's the truth.
So Blair and Dan in each way. So yeah, Blair.
Yeah, I think the idea of being scared to call the cops is super realistic. It's like real life for a lot of people. I definitely think twice about it. Anytime I even consider it. But yeah, defunding the police was such a terrible. The branding on that was so ridiculous, because obviously they need more support, they need more education, we need higher standards. Like, we have to be able to demand that. And really, but the first thing I wanted to say back when Wick and Redhead were talking, it's just like the idea of press, media, and what a shame it is that no one has any ounce of integrity in positions of high visibility and on these platforms, these classic American platforms and institutions that have lost so much credibility, because nobody will lead with integrity, and nobody will just fucking rise above it and like change the direction of how they're all acting. I'm assuming most of the people in this world don't really watch mainstream media anymore. So then, like, it also, I think, moves into like the YouTubes and the Twitches too, because yeah, the streamers, you know, I think are taking on a new sense of responsibility in that way. A lot of people are turning to these mediums. So a lot of you guys, I think, hold that responsibility. Try to like make a change.
That's horrifying
I think it's true,
picture
though.
streamers being
just...
the fount of justice and wisdom and news. Oh, please no, please God
that's
no,
the
please
leader
yes.
of this
Sorry.
new.
I will
I think
say
it's
this
real.
is
I think it's real.
It's slightly off topic, but it compares to this. I am in a women's health class, and my one question today was the idea of social media. And I said, I think social media in the youth is very beneficial in a way that it gives a lot of information to people and gives them the opportunity to figure out what is right, what is wrong, and to learn at a faster pace than most of us or the older generations got to do. But I think it also contradicts in that aspect of the false information that is on the internet. So we give a lot of faith into these social media platforms to be able to post these things, or mainstream media that these kids are all indulging in at a faster pace than we could even imagine. And they have to figure out at such a young age that a lot of this shit is fake, or it's like biased on so many levels, and they're reading one source and going off of it. And it's not okay, because our world is completely biased, and it's fucking up the opinions of everyone in the world and how we're interpreting media and news in general.
Absolutely.
Are you done, Blair? Just want to make sure. Okay, Dan.
Yeah, I'm pretty much tired when people say it's like, we do need to like reform the police, because like at least as for people said several times, including myself, that there is ways to reform the police force. Exactly, getting rid of the David Grossman training, where you end up having people think that you're going to end up having to shoot someone on sight, and they were like the sheep, dog, or like
You're talking about warrior training.
Warrior training and whatnot. Second thing is the union issue, where a lot of these policemen ends up having actually more rights than the average civilian when coming to like prosecution and other deals with things with the law. I mean, I understand there's things like immunity, like workers' immunity for whatnot, but there has to be, as I gave in the exact reform, getting rid of that will at least give the upper standard to much of the policing. Also, many communities can also ask for options for community policing and have public funding through that effort of having their own people police their own neighborhood, so which then you end up having less issues with people outside of it causing whatnot, and end up de-escalating it much easier, including also someone mentioned social workers and whatnot. There's obviously there's a lot of things to do. And when going to K, like I even get to the perspective that people need more better about information and whatnot, including policing and all that. But I don't think much of the matter if depending that it really depends on how we think. We have to always sometimes go to experts too about situations, including policing itself too. Those when people bring issues about reform, I'm coming across from people who are like experts on policing systems, lawyers to.
Do you think young people have that opportunity?
Yeah, let me finish, Kay. But however, for you, I don't doubt you really exactly understand that. Whenever you don't really trust anyone who does things with COVID-19 and whatnot, so it's just which I kind of think would not be somewhat hypocritical, though.
So I have two things. One, I would be worried.
I want Kay to be able to respond.
I really want to hear that
response. The COVID-19 thing is completely different than this topic. My beliefs on COVID-19 also stem from my beliefs, along with other researchers that I have researched and done my information on. So that is my beliefs combined with other experts. In this situation, that is my beliefs and how I present my information, and that is completely okay. Obviously, everyone in this room. Yeah, but how many people in this room could have different views based on your personal bias?
It's different whenever people can die.
And same thing can happen with not liking the police. Same thing can happen with the whole, I'm not going to call the cops because they're going to kill somebody because of it. Like, that's literally, it's the same fucking topic. Somebody's going to die either way. What do you... All right, Dan, I'm not having this argument with you because it's the same fucking thing. every single topic we research, no matter what the fucking severity of it is, yes, COVID-19 is a big fucking thing right now, but in 10 years, when nobody's talking about COVID-19 anymore, and we're talking about something else, you'll be like, oh, well, you have a different bias on it. And yes, that's going to happen. Each of us have a different bias on it. All of us, there is no cut and dry right or wrong.
Yes, there is. There's math has a right.
All right, so get a vaccine, and have the chance of still spreading it. Yes, it's less than somebody who doesn't get the vaccine, but it's still going to be the same thing. You're still spreading the fucking vaccine. Clear, cut and dry. Like, what's the fucking difference?
For getting your own family sick. So
I've never gotten my family sick, and I don't live with any elderly people. We all have gotten COVID, and we all have the vaccine because we were all fucking forced to get it. So it doesn't fucking matter anymore what my opinions are.
What do you mean she doesn't know that?
It doesn't matter what my opinions are anymore because I was fucking forced to get it. So it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
I don't know why we're getting this type of heated in this debate, right?
Because he's bringing back a past argument that we already got heated over because COVID vaccines have a lot of fucking counterdiction side effects that can occur in a lot of people, and people who believe 100% in the vaccine are dog on so many people who can't get it because they have fucking illnesses or conditions that cause them not to get it, or because they get the first vaccine and they end up finding a condition that has been found because of that vaccine that it caused more issues to occur.
And much of this is dangerous.
Yeah, it's fucking dangerous for them to get the vaccine in the first place and end up dying because of the vaccine, let alone getting fucking COVID.
For regular people, says you go around and look at things like people should research on themselves and know what's right and wrong. But then what if...
All right, but there's literally people out there who have gotten the COVID vaccine and ended up getting blood clots.
That's the issue.
I'm not saying I'm a fucking doctor. I'm not telling you go do this. I'm telling you what my belief is. You're asking me what my belief is. I'm going to tell you that. I'm not telling you to go do anything. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. But what I am going to do with my body is my fucking choice, which all of you Democrats are supposed to be all my body, my choice. But when it comes to the vaccine, you guys don't fucking believe that, so...
Well, that's because your body has a possibility of affecting somebody else.
And so does people with the vaccine.
So I think you're all fucking crazy anyway.
Well, I wanted to get
the Australian?
Dan's
Is that
union
Blair?
point.
No, that's
not
me.
an Australian.
Who? Redhead? Is that you who's talking? I don't know who's talking right now. Omni.
I'm not an Australian.
So y'all were fucking locked down 100%. They told y'all that they need a certain percentage to get vaccinated. What happened after you guys got vaccinated? And they opened up the fucking world to y'all. How many people ended up with COVID?
Not as much. Why?
Because I've heard from other Australians that there was a large amount of people who still end up with COVID, even after the world got opened back up.
There are other variants that popped up during that time, though.
Yes, because the vaccine doesn't protect you against all other variants. So why the fuck am I going to get a vaccine for a variant that's basically no longer here, and there's 10 other variants that are going to pop up by the time we get a vaccine?
Is there a compounding effect from using a vaccine? Is there a compounding effect?
Yes, because there's actually side effects that the vaccine causes that can actually affect your life.
Let's grant you that. Let's grant you that. Let's grant you that. Okay, fine. Let's grant you that. Is there also a compounding effect that vaccines actually do a net positive through the entire population?
All right, so with the vaccine, it's supposed to lessen your side effects, which lessen you coughing, which lessen you spreading it. But if I get COVID and I stay at home and somebody gets the vaccine and they're told that they don't have to quarantine once they get COVID, they're spreading it more than I'm fucking spreading it if I'm sitting at home without a vaccine. Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't know, to be perfectly honest.
As soon as I feel any signs and symptoms, I stay at home. Somebody who has a vaccine says, I'm vaccinated, I don't have to quarantine, and they go out and do that. Are they spreading it more than somebody who's sitting at home?
I don't think it's binary. I also don't think it's binary.
Okay, I wanted to get back to a point that Dan made earlier.
I would like to get back to the topic, but Dan wanted to bring up COVID.
About unions.
Jussie Smollett.
So the reason I would be against making tools to break up police unions and things like that is because those same tools are going to be used to break up other unions. Unionization, even in the police's case, is not a bad thing. The union's job is to advocate for their people, same as a teachers union, same as any other union. I think that's a good thing. Now that the power they have been given, yeah, that's a problem. but I think that it's a price we got to pay to keep unions strong, in my opinion.
Wick, I didn't say about getting rid of unions. I said I want to get rid of
Well,
that.
Prime, I think, disagrees with me. He's shaking his head.
Well, who the hell's talking about unions? Where'd unions come from?
Dan mentioned it. Dan mentioned it.
I mentioned it as a reform for policing.
Yeah. Okay, go on. Please.
So I mean, we've talked about this before. I think the difference is, and this is, I mean, this is off, I guess, off subject. But just very quickly, when it comes to policing, I want police within their workforce to be protected, right? So like, you can be a police officer and be abused by your superiors, right? Just like any other worker. And so I want them to be able to have recourse for that, and be protected like anyone else. But the police officer union is not the same as others. In fact, the police officers are what the state uses to crack down on other unions, right? That's like who they call on to do that. So like I don't consider them, like, that's not keeping unions strong through police officers. Like, that's like the power of the state being used against those others. And then and finally, I think you don't have to do those. Like, you can have police officers be protected in the workforce, but also restrict that union and what they can do, right? So like, you can make it so that the police officers can advocate for themselves inside their workplace, but that, for instance, those unions can't operate politically, right? Because I feel like the people with guns should be as far away from politics as possible. Police unions are too powerful politically. That's their issue. And so if we could restrict them in a myriad of ways, but while still protecting people within their actual labor force.
So you think that the police should be a special case, because obviously teachers unions are political and other unions get involved in politics, but you think because the police are used to enforce the law, that they have a special duty to not be politically? Because they got guns. Okay. So I am sympathetic to that. I don't know. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm going to change my mind on this, because that is a point. In the military, for example, can't unionize because they have guns, and they can't. If we did political activity in our uniforms or as representatives of the military, we'd get in big ass trouble. So maybe I'll change my tone on that. But when we talk about advocacy and things like that, and unions do, like, for example, teachers unions will actually help you with your legal recourses you have if a student accuses you of molestation or harassment or anything. If a student accuses a teacher, the teachers union's job, at least in the Florida teachers union, is to they'll provide you legal recourse, legal counsel, legal protection, just like a police might when one of their officers is accused by someone for doing wrongdoing. I don't think that in and of itself is a bad thing. Does that make sense?
That's me.
Yeah, to anyone.
That makes some sense.
Okay, so like, what I worry about is we're going to have in the attempt to depoliticize the police union, that it's going to have a huge backlash effect, and that we're going to destroy the police union to agree that we shouldn't. Does that make sense? It's a worry I have that we're going to overreact.
You're not a prophet, dude.
I mean, maybe I am. You don't know. Like, I could be an oracle or something. No, I don't know. But it is a fear and a concern I have, and I think it's a valid one, because I think we overreact all the time. We go too hard on the paint and overcorrect all the time.
I mean, it's expected to always have. There's always going to be a reaction to whenever you want to change things, no matter what change you want to do. So I don't know why you find this as much as like an issue that you're worried about this. As entirely the idea is to make people safer, and at least be given to the situation that these police unions are very politicalized to wanting to keep them like highly having special benefits over regular people and whatnot.
So
because I'll give you an example of one thing. Like, for example, if a police is like possibly might going to get arrested, they are a district attorney is not allowed to arrest them within 3 days at least this is with I believe this is like the Portland Police Department, and so that the policeman can get at least lawyer and all of that before he can explain his whole situation that they're getting arrested for. So literally, you have like 3 days to make up like their actual like what happened in that event and whatnot before, instead of like doing it exactly to that day.
Okay, and I get what you're saying about it. We need these changes to make people safer, and I understand that the police are corrupt in many of these precincts. I don't disagree with that. I just think tackling the unions is probably the wrong way to go about it. I think there are other reforms, the reforms you mentioned to the warrior training and things like that, I'm 100% for. I just, again, attacking unions is probably the wrong way to go about it. That's all I think.
I don't think you should have to worry about the cops, right? The cops have centuries of support behind them. I don't think they're in any threat of a leftist revolution.
Well, I don't think they're going anywhere, but I think it when we keep talking about how like terrible they are, I think it's going to make a difference on how many people actually use them. And I think it's going to make a difference on how the fucking world works and how many people are calling and saying, hey, shit's going on, or how many people are dying in the streets because they didn't call the cops.
Which is a different thing. You know, I mean, I can agree with you. People are more hesitant, but I think that's a different thing than the political power of the police being threatened by leftists at this point. Right?
I think the biggest problem with the whole cop issue is that a lot of people conflate the system of the police and the individuals themselves of the police, saying that the police individually are all racist rather than the system behind it, which is structured in a way that I guess supports racism or contributes to it. Yeah. So like, it's just like seeing like leftists saying like ACAB, like all cops are bastards, instead of like the system around it is perpetuates racism. I think that's one of the biggest problems with this whole divide.
I think it gets worse the more we generalize it in that term. Like, I think the more we say that ACAB is a thing or that cops are all racist, like shit like that, I think that creates more of a stigmatization towards them. I think the better thing is to release that stigmatization, because that's the best way to solve most of our problems. It's the same thing we've done with mental health. Like, every time there's a stigmatization on that, we release it. Same with LGBTQIA. We release the stigmatism, and hey, shit gets better. Like, why don't we stop causing a stigmatization towards these things, and maybe shit will get better.
So the whole idea about systemic racism is that no individual actor has to have a racist bone in their body for racist consequences to still happen. And so when you say things like ACAB, or when you say all individual cops are racist, or all individual cops are going to do these racist things, it misses the point, I think, because it's not the individual cop, it's the system. The system is the problem.
But they're all, which is why they're all bastards, because
I wouldn't
the
even
system.
say
No, the
system.
problem. No. It's the problem is not the stigma towards cops. It's cops' behavior, right? The stigma doesn't come from nowhere, right? It's not like we're just saying these things. These things don't actually exist,
All right,
right?
well,
No,
mental
they're
health
actually...
stigmas don't come from nowhere. LGBTQ
That's-
stigmas don't come from nowhere. Like, they happen, and then
Mental health
people
is
come
not
from it.
related to
I'm
this.
sure. Yes, that is exactly the same as the terror of the state being used against individuals, right? Innocent people, the harassment, the beatings, the murders, right? Like the stigmatism comes from cops actually being bastards and then having no accountability, right? If one thing, if they were bastards because people are bastards, because people in general are not good.
No, and I still say we talk about them.
It'd be one thing if like we just had a few bad apples, like they always like to fucking say, right? And then they were regularly removed from the police force, that they were regularly held accountable. But that's actually not the case, right? We have those bad apples that actually do spoil the bunch. That we have people protecting those bad apples. We have a system that rewards them for their violence to the individuals. So that's the actual problem. Let's change that, and then afterwards, right, we can deal with people being hesitant to call the cops.
I agree. Let's change the system. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? like that the system is a problem and the system's incentivizing
my
bad
God, I wasn't
behavior.
talking to you, though. I
Okay,
wasn't
sorry,
responding
go
to
on.
you.
I don't think they're being rewarded. I think us talking about them and talking shit on them, like how many times do you see but that's literally what we're doing. We're literally sitting here talking about how cops are bad and all this shit, and like we keep talking about them and the media keeps reinforcing that, and it keeps happening.
So
we
that
keep
can be
doing
better.
this
They
cycle.
keep murdering people. They keep murdering people.
This is a show.
All right, so clearly,
Key question.
so clearly
Key
it's not
question.
working. So clearly it's not working. We're
That's the
continuing to do
problem
the
of the
same
people
thing.
talking about it, not the people doing
We
the
should just be
actions.
like, let's
Pretty
accept the
strange.
situation as is, and let's not talk about it. And
All right, well let's not just talk about what they're doing wrong. Let's find a way to fucking fix it instead of fucking talking about
We
it.
have we have legislation in front of Congress that was actually shut down. What do you mean? Like we're not doing anything? There's multiple pieces of legislation. There's the George Floyd Act, right? There you go, George Floyd Act, and then there was another one released by like a BLM connected group that was actually even tougher than that. But anyway, one or the other, none of them are moving because of Congress. Like we haven't thought of that. Oh, I don't know what we'll do. We'll just complain on the internet. No, we actually talked about. We have legislation.
There's nothing that been said this panel other than reform, which is something I brought up, and then y'all agreed on it. Nobody else has said something else in the line of reform other than people agreeing when I said it.
We were talking about an entirely different topic.
Way more.
Okay, but you were talking about the woman in the park, all this shit. You're saying like these cops are bad, but you're saying, hey,
I was
let's
talking
not
about the
reform
woman
it.
is bad.
And
Well,
then and then I will even say myself, I said reform and I put a blanket statement on it, but no one came to an actual term of how we fix this. We're just talking
we already
about
have it. George Floyd Act.
All right,
right?
you said
Done.
the act's already enabled, so why is
No,
shit
it's not.
solved?
No, you didn't listen to me. I said the exact opposite. It got shut down.
Oh, you said it got shut down?
Yeah.
Hold on,
Like
hold on.
it
I
was
thought you
in
said
front
it
of.
got pushed.
No.
You
I
just
said
said 10 seconds ago.
I said it was in front of Congress, and that it was denied. Like it didn't pass. It got blocked. So yeah, it's not an act.
All right. Well, then that's something that we can continue to push forward. But we need to, like, just instead of sitting here and talking about them and criticizing them, we need to come up with ways. Like, why keep sitting here and talking about the same problem over and fucking over again?
Literally
I literally gave a reform in terms of the fellowship. Yeah.
Give solutions to this, okay?
We literally just did in terms of the unions.
I said reform and education.
Okay, that's nice. And I talked about the unions. Okay, well, whatever. This channel talks about it constantly. Talk about the police and what should be done about the police constantly. The fact that we didn't immediately jump to it, right? Like means.
Right. I just feel like most political streamers on Twitch or mainstream media are just talking about how it is and how it is bad, and not talking about how we can actually fix it.
Then talk to them.
All right, if you're talking about it when I'm not here, then all right. But I feel like right now we're having this conversation and we're completely circling around the fact of we talked about Jussie.
Circling, though.
Y'all talked about Jussie.
You could be providing the solutions.
Y'all talked about Jussie, and I joined in while you were talking about what was it, Amy Cooper. And we were talking about that, but y'all were just like, "Oh, it's because she called the cops and said there was a black person," but nobody ever said anything else.
The focus was on Amy. The focus is on Amy and her actions.
Whether she should be charged or not. The focus of the conversation was whether Amy Cooper should be charged for what she did, if the punishment she received for her act, whether A, Doobie's thing was like she shouldn't be punished at all, she didn't do anything wrong, and a lot of us disagreed. And there's varying levels of disagreement about what should have happened to her, if anything. And that was the focus of the conversation.
That's rude.
Yeah, that it was pretty rude. I love dogs more than humans. But humans are pieces of shit. But so what do you feel about
Well, you know, cops are humans too. So did you just call all cops pieces of shit?
I'm just calling humans pieces of shit in general because
all cops are shit.
We treat animals that are fucking amazing amazing animals, and we treat them as pieces of shit sometimes, and that we're fucked up people. We do fucked up things, but.
And
so what if? So why about
people who beat up animals?
Yes,
See,
all right,
you're preaching. Look, Kate, you're preaching the choir here.
I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point.
Please.
Like, all right, so we talk about this whole schooling system, not only with cops. Why don't we talk about it with youth? Why don't we talk about the idea of a standardized, whether it be across the board, whether it be state, something that at least teaches students about this idea and how to solve it.
What
about which idea?
Yeah.
The
CRT.
Alright,
Don't say
so-
gay.
policing brutality,
no,
or
we're talking about police
CRT.
brutality,
Huh?
and we're talking about both the idea of racism and how that affects in the police department. So why don't we teach that on a standardized level?
That would be great, but there's a lot of legislation that is out there, especially in Florida and Texas and things, that is trying to block that from being talked about.
I know
in
personally,
school.
I live in Pennsylvania. My sisters moved in middle school to South Carolina, and they learned a completely different education system due to where they
that's
live.
a problem. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
So-
and I agree with you.
So why
like,
don't we teach this shit in fucking school?
we should. We should. There should be now there should be a more standardized, federalized education system. I would agree with that 100%. There are costs to that. There are problems with that need to be addressed before we can do that. But I would 100% agree with you that we do not educate our youth as we probably should. That said, you're preaching to the choir when it comes to we shouldn't call all cops bastards. I say that all the time. I think that's a terrible slogan. It has done harm to the movement, in my opinion.
Yes,
and
100%.
based on data, not just my opinion. It's based on data. But that problem remains is that police brutality, police brutalize people all across the board. It's a problem for everyone.
Do you think that correlates to the data that you just said about us calling all cops bad?
No, I do not think saying all policing, I do not think that there is a connect. I do not think it is the same thing to say all cops are bastards. I do not think that is the same as saying all policing is done wrong in America, or that all policing is brutalizing our citizens. I think there's a difference between that, because all cops are bastards individualizes it, whereas all policing is brutal. It talks about it on a systemic level. Yeah, and there's a significant difference there.
I can agree with the more of the brutal than bastard, and I think that's the issue, is because they're both the same letter. So we're all gonna say ACAB, and we're all gonna have different meanings of it.
I would say,
yeah,
I wouldn't say
I
ACAB,
understand.
I would say all policing is brutal. That's it.
Yeah,
that's good.
And I understand that. Somebody in the chat, when I said education, said the talk, and I believe that there should be a class that we should have a real life conversation class, of racism. We should talk about the talk at an educational level. I think we should talk about, and I know this is a non-conservative take, I think we should have classes on these. We should have classes on real life economics. We should have real life talks about, hey, you're gonna have to fucking work on your car at some point, shit like that, real life shit that's actually gonna affect us in the real life that we don't have in school. So the more we talk about these, the more these things actually interact in our real life information.
They exist. It's called social skills, and usually the people who take them are those who are at least somewhat disabled in the autistic side. If you're wanting to be you want to expand that to the general level for everyone to take it so that they have a better idea of your social skills, then sure, do that. But they for sure do exist.
So in some schools they may, but they're not a standardization. I was in a school that the most I had about the talk was, hey, practice abstinence. That was it. We didn't have to talk about condoms, birth control, and nothing else like that.
I thought the talk was. I thought it was something else. I thought it was.
And then we in northeastern Pennsylvania
of the states.
Northeastern Pennsylvania, I had no education on racism because in my area, it was a primarily white school. So we had no worries of any of that affecting us, I guess you would say, which is in a way racism because we didn't include that shit into our education. And I 100% say that. But these things need to be talked about, even if they're not prevalent in your area, they need to be talked about. And it's a situation that occurs across the board. And
they exist. That's called systematic scholastic problems that exist entirely based off of the governments that have run their own specific states through decentralizing the process. A lot of these states, like you're talking about East Pennsylvania, which is very rural and very conservative, had their usually go with their own, have a less standards for when they teach certain subjects like that. And I think to my ideas to what I have seen it to be worked, at least in other countries, is you have to not decentralize the whole entire system that has done already with much of these states and counties, and do it to a general federal level.
Hey gang, I gotta go, but it's been fun. So I'll see you later.
Same.
Peace.
But
I'll see you guys next time as well. Yeah.
Have a good one, Nami. Thanks for coming.
Bye, guys.
Later, bud.
It was nice talking to you. But like I'm the last one to say the federal government should be in all of our bullshit, but I think with schooling, that's one thing that we need to have a standardized education on that shit. And if we're going to like say we have better police officers, we need to start at the fucking base level, like when you're educated as a child. Because that shit sticks with you. We have all this research on like, hey, if you teach a kid a different language at a young age, it works better than when you teach them at an older age. Well, hey, let's teach them all this really important shit at a younger age because it probably will fucking stick with them longer than the other shit.
We're like so far behind some of the leading countries in education. It's like embarrassing.
Same with healthcare.
Serious.
And I'm the first one to tell you, and I was a nursing major, switched public health. So, like, I understand that 100% wholeheartedly. We are fucking so far behind. But, like,
a lot of people have zero perspective, too. A lot of people have never left the country and don't even see just
or don't look at or talk to other people.
So, okay. But, okay, so the reforms you were talking about, well, sorry, you said something else before education, and I think you did. Did you say something else? I want to say, be sure before I say my thing.
I might have. I talked a lot.
Okay, well, it sounds like
I was talking with Wick and.
Okay, sure. Well, then it feels like
I was
the
talking
things
about
that
reform,
you're talking
like
about,
because education is fucked.
Yeah, but that none of that challenges the power of the police itself, right? Like you can inform people
Cut
that
out. What did you say?
The police.
Power of
I'm
the
sorry.
police
Yeah,
itself.
I don't know.
None of that informs the power of the police.
None of it challenges the power of the police.
So my only comparison to that is we are in the United States, and if you're worried that cops have guns and that's the only fucking thing that makes them more powerful than you, how many citizens in the United States own a gun?
No. Sorry, this is not.
But I know that was a comment that was made earlier, so I just had to say that. Like that's not something that determines power.
Yeah, so like,
but we should be afraid of the cops. The cops are in charge. We should be afraid of them. They are the ones that are laying down the law.
Police are not
we
in
should.
charge. Look, I feel like I've been really quiet about this, and I'm sorry.
I guess should.
It's really important to understand that.
Ought we be afraid of them? Not really. We just
really
are as a result of the fact that they're humans, and to be human is to err. And we shouldn't fear them. Literally the opposite.
Shouldn't fear what?
Hold on, Dustin hasn't had a chance to talk.
True.
Please, Dustin.
The police are not in charge. All right. They're not. And we don't fucking want them to be. Who is in charge is ultimately are the people that are supposed to be setting laws, that are supposed to actually be supporting the police in their aspect of what laws they're enforcing, how they're enforcing, why are they interacting with these people. To understand that is you need to start going after the politicians. And unfortunately, in the police level, you need to understand that that's at a local level. We don't have federalized legislation on this, and it doesn't look achievable for the time being. It's important to understand that if you want to find allies in this fight, if you want to stop these interactions from taking place, that you need to understand that the police also don't want to be having these fucking interactions, right? It becomes problematic when we talk about who are our allies and who are our enemies. Well, if we're going to talk about who our allies and enemies are, we need to look at who the fuck's in charge and why are they in charge? Why are we accepting for decades upon decades? Why are we continuing a growing prison population? Why are we accepting a growing population of, through a drug war? Why are we accepting these levels of interactions, and how is it important that we address them? To sit here and pretend that all cops are bastards is incredibly flawed, because you're finding the exact people that you could have an allyship with to address these problems, because these are the people that have to go out there day in and day fucking out to deal with the horse shit that we, on the most part, for a society, don't want to fucking deal with. That's why we call the police in the first place. But to sit here and pretend that there are not systems in place that are self-justifying within the institution of the police themselves, such as how other police interact with other police, the thin blue line that separates and segregates them off from the rest of the people, of the rest of the citizenry. That type of institution, it's important to remember we have something that's significantly worse as far as like the military goes. But we don't accept those levels of misbehavior. We don't accept that level of misbehavior. We don't accept that level of fuck ups when it comes to the military. And it's 100%. Important to understand that if you're going to address these problems, you have to allow and you have to enforce that institution is adjusted, that institution is allowed to A, self-correct, and B, also reinforce a positive narrative. The fact that, we've got corrupt cops on the take, and when we can look at the city of Baltimore and their practice of actually being police that were selling drugs, and it was almost the entire unit itself, becomes problematic. This isn't just a bad apples ruin the bunch bullshit. This is a self-perpetuating institution with an incredible amount of power, not only in a power to protect themselves, but also to influence legislation to the point where they decide where the majority of funds go, right? If we're going to address blighted areas, we're going to have to also address the fact that we're spending more money on police than we are on social services that actually effectively help perpetuate and imply or repair an economy in areas that do need to be addressed. So instead of buying tanks, you want to start fucking building roads. Instead of putting MRAPs from the Marine Corps out onto the streets in Baltimore, you need to start understanding that there are reasons why these laws are intact and in place, and to sit here and pretend that police A, don't influence, and B, aren't part of the problem is an issue. But it's not an issue that gets addressed without proper legislation.
I will piggyback off of that. You said the Baltimore situation of cops selling drugs.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually my fiance watches random fucking YouTube videos about the randomest shit, and there was actually a YouTube video about a whole precinct of cops that were actually involved in a sex trafficking issue. And they actually went back and forth. It was the entire chain of command, and the one internal investigations person ended up getting fired from there, moving on to something else because he wasn't involved in it.
Right.
And it ended up taking so much longer for it to actually get discovered because he was scared to say anything, because while he was working there, it was like an attack against him because he was the only person who wasn't involved in it. So I completely agree that there are certain precincts that are completely developed on this whole mentality of whatever the entire precinct is doing, that's what they're all going to do. And if you're not involved with that, you're going to keep your mouth shut and just move on. But I also think the idea that you said military, and that military does not get those level of fuck ups. Do you think it would be better if we had military instead of a certain amount of in service years, that instead of sending them to do whatever, whether it be at home or out of country, be police officers instead? Do you think that would be more beneficial to us afterwards?
No, I find it would be far more effective to start actually having community services like Peace Corps operations that would work at home. There is a separation in between the camaraderie that you build in the military and achieving a mission of aggression that is
100%.
which is not conducive with going in there and policing. You don't want a culture of aggression and a level of policing. Do you want people that can kick down doors and kill bad guys? Yes, of course you do, right? There are certain and a small minute level of organized crime that has to and will always have to be addressed, of course. But to pretend that is everything that needs to happen on the city streets is, one, it's fucking scary, and two, it's not addressed in reality. It's not addressed even in the proper way that we know how you would rehabilitate a society, let alone rehabilitate people.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't entirely understand all the branches of it all. But Peace Corps, would you relate that to somewhat of like the National Guard, and have them be part of?
No, again, because the National Guard is actually heavily involved in a lot of overseas deployments. I know
yeah.
it kind of seems like for whatever reason people don't think that it does. A lot of those motherfuckers have deployed 4 or 5 times. They just happen to be civilians, kind of like a weekend warrior status. But we deploy them all the fucking time. Again, this is not an issue where you need police. Developing skills in the military is really awesome. It's fucking highly effective too. Like you really retain those skills through that time of your service. But again, these aren't the skills that you would necessarily need to rehabilitate city blocks or city areas or cities as a whole, because primarily unfortunately, that's just where a lot of people are. So that's where more
inner
crime
cities,
is going to
yes.
be, right? That's not to speak to race or anything. That's just usually how like populations have kind of worked. Like you get a little bit more crime there because there's more people there. There's more opportunity.
I want
Do you think
people when though if they want to comment like Brento in terms of the cops and reforms necessary. Do you think there are any reforms necessary? Actually, I don't know.
I don't hate the police. And I feel like a lot of people hate the police and say ACAB, and then they're like, now let's break down ACAB and say what I really mean. I'm like, you hate the police. I don't hate the police. I think the police are necessary, and you could say they're necessary evil. I guess that's true, but I don't think they're necessarily evil.
But that's not what I asked. Like in terms of
what was your question then?
Reforms. Yeah.
Reform?
Do you think any reforms are necessary, or do you think the police, as they stand, are enough?
I guess you can say that you can always make the police better. I don't want them shooting people. I've thought about. I guess I'll just tell you whatever insights. If anytime you call the police, it's because you want the situation to get better. And if you're ever in fear that the police showing up is going to result in someone dying, that's the worst possible situation. So that should always be like what the police are there to prevent. And the fact that it ever happens if someone calls like the police in a spousal, spat or fight or abuse case, I think most people would never call a murderer to come to their house to help them with their spouse. And I think that if the police ever come to help someone with their spouse, the fact that it ever ends up in someone dying makes it, I don't know, it makes it completely unacceptable. But I guess, so yes, obviously, in any case in places where these happens, that aspect has to be addressed. Like, that should never happen. But I guess if you're asking about like giant social-wide federal reforms, no, I guess I don't.
I'll give you one that you may agree with. That's actually kind of like reinforced between the idea. So the idea of processing or executing a no-knock warrant, right? What we teach police is that your safety is paramount when you're going out and executing these warrants, right? You as an individual are more important than the actual civilian that may or may not be accused or committing a crime. That becomes problematic. And the best way to adjust that is to actually sit there and say that we're either A, going to get rid of no-knock warrants because the risk is just far too great, or B, by saying that we're going to allow federal institutions to handle no-knock warrants. Because if you're going to execute these no-knock warrants for low kind of petty drug crimes, because that's a lot of their justification of sitting there and saying, we need to get rid of, or we need to execute a no-knock warrant, because if we do, this person's going to flush all their drugs. Well, the problem fucking is that if you're executing a no-knock warrant and somebody's able to flush all their drugs, then you're not going after somebody that's justified in having a no-knock warrant. That small amount of narcotics that can be flushed is not something that you should be executing these warrants on. In that interaction, that becomes very justified. These are highly effective, but incredibly dangerous, not only for the citizen, but the police officer in and of itself. It is, in my purview, in my idea, that the duty of the politicians to say, hey, you know what? This is not a practice that is either A, effective, or B, worth what we may or do lose should things go wrong. So we're going to get rid of this practice because it doesn't provide us with the same kind of benefit that we believe it to be, and the risk is far too high.
I have more of an issue.
Go ahead.
I have more of an issue with fucking the fact that cops are supposed to be, supposed to have their like safety above it all else. Like they're armored, they're trained, they have guns, they're the safest. They should be willing to take a couple rounds to the chest. I've been shot in Kevlar.
Are you
before.
fucking around?
What
the fuck are you talking about? Are you high? What?
No,
they
I'm
should be
dead
willing
ass
to take a couple
serious.
rounds to the chest. The fuck are you talking about?
Look,
ass.
I think I could agree with you.
Have you been
as
shot?
far as- I think I could agree with you as far as like maybe a moral perspective, right? Like morally, if you are a civil servant, it does seem like you should have to take that sort of risk. The problem is, in a legality sense, it becomes very problematic. One, for just trying to find somebody that's stupid or crazy enough to actually have that kind of virtue, and then two, from a legality sense, like you're gonna sit here and expect the person to be fired upon. We don't expect that on anybody else in that level of service, or
We
in
expected
that level
the
of like citizenry.
soldiers should go into dangerous situations that you're signing up to go, and then you will be shot at. But like, it doesn't matter if the enemy is shooting. You still
Correct,
got
but
That's
that's
not the same level as a cop.
But the reason why I make
of course,
that's the reason why I make the distinction is because the civil service aspect is a service aspect. It's not a military operational war aspect.
Yeah,
I make
know.
that, and I make that distinction very important because it's very important in my mind to make sure that it maintains that service aspect of I'm here to work for you. That does not mean that I am required to be killed from you.
So the cops, if cops can't do the job of actually protecting and serving, like there's that idea of better to be judged by 12 but then carried out by 6, that we will don't take any risk with your life, right? Instead, if you think there's a threat, just shoot it, right? Just shoot it, and see if the courts will swing your way, which most likely they will, right? So it just works that way.
Looks like they do.
Yeah, exactly. So like I think I hear Maximus here. I'm with him when he says, at least at the very least, that they should be willing to risk their lives. If you can't, right? If you're not willing to risk your life, that's okay. Well, it's not a job for you, right? That their primary concern should be protecting the individuals, the citizens, right?
Of course.
But it's not their primary concern for some of them. For some, I don't want to speak for all of them.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I
But
appreciate that.
that it's not their primary concern, and it's like as soon as I happen to feel threatened, well, I can use lethal force. And there's no wonder they think that, because we actually never hold them accountable. So it makes sense to them. So I'll just use lethal force to begin with, rather than actually trying to de-escalate a situation or take a beat to make sure what I think I'm seeing is what I'm actually seeing before I pull a trigger and potentially end someone's life.
Yeah, I guess I worry about the idea of they're never held accountable, especially in kind of like our modern day. We've had several police officers that have been, and these do become very pinnacle cases, and it looks like our justice system is starting to respond to what the citizenry want, as far as like convicting police officers that execute citizens in very horrific ways. I don't know. I can't imagine that it feels like the right amount of progress, but again, I don't think it feels like the right amount of progress because you're not getting the correct amount of legislation. That's the way that I feel. I don't know if it addresses anybody's point, though.
Hey, did you want to say something?
Mine was way earlier on the topic of like military and Peace Corps. Do you think there's a certain level of whether it be like, yes, you say Peace Corps should probably like go into it more so, but like in the military, is there like at least a certain level that we can decide that like once they get to a certain level, they can make that distinction if they want to go further into the military or if they want to go into being a cop? Because if the military training is more beneficial for us as a country, being cops, would that be more beneficial to give people the opt-out to go? Or would it be less beneficial to us as like a defensive country?
Well, I guess I get the
idea that you're digging at, I think the modicums are your selections seem to be flawed, and the reason why
Yeah,
I would
it's
say,
just unrealistic.
well, I say the selections seem to be flawed because what I advocate for is for a program that doesn't fucking exist yet, right? So I
Yeah.
would say, like, there should be a bunch of different modicums in which you
In
can
your
get free.
realistic world.
Yeah, I should say there should be a bunch of different modicums in which you can achieve free college, one of which I would say is a civil service program here in which you devote 2 years to your life working out of your regular kind of comfort zone, working in an inner city, working in a rural area, right? Where even rural areas have tons of problems. It seems like we lack a severe bonding a nationalized identity as far as like views within the other, and this is from the rural and city aspects where they don't really connect. The problem is like you've got to come up with an entire new system, right? Like I equate it to like the Peace Corps of the United States or civil service for that, and you allow them the opportunity to get college, and these are typically going to be you would also want this to be in the justice system, right? So instead of like going to jail for X amount of years, you get X amount of years within the civil service system, right? You want to provide more opportunities than just the military. You want to provide more opportunities than just prison. And you want those opportunities to be A, effective in addressing the nation's problem, and B, very bonding opportunities. So you do understand that idea of like what the other is, why my brother suffers, and why I care that my brother or sister or they suffer, right? Like
I can
that
agree
seems
with
to be that seems to be lacking in our opportunities that we have.
I think our prison system is majorly flawed in that aspect, is that we just throw people in a cell and we hope that somehow they end up being reformed, and I think there's better ways to that. So
young people
yes.
too.
No, I can 100% agree.
And
I really like your takes.
And we'll leave it there. Look at the right and left coming together. Isn't it beautiful? So tomorrow we'll be doing more stuff. We got small council and stuff. That'll be great. Come back for that. It'll be amazing. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet, but enjoying this content. Hit us up on social media. We got Twitter where we tweet things. Discord. Heart and Soul of the community wants you to be a part of everything that happens on Discord. Please jump in. Love to have you there. And then YouTube, of course, like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel. And consider becoming a YouTube member, hitting that join button.